Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UBS Center Forum for Economic Dialogue. My name is Carolin Roth. I have the honor and the pleasure of being able to moderate this forum once again. And I want to welcome all of you here in Zurich. And of course, I also want to welcome everyone on the live stream. I want to thank everyone for their time, their attention, and thank you to the UBS Center for making this possible, for organizing this very important forum, especially as the UBS Center still celebrates its 10th anniversary. Now, as for the topic, superstar firms, I think we can all agree it's hugely fascinating. It's also incredibly complex, and that's why in today's program, in today's forum, we will be looking at all the ins and outs, the different ramifications of superstar firms. I won't go through all of this, but you get the idea that this will be a packed day with a lot of information and hopefully with a lot of debate. And that's where I count on all of you. If you've been to this forum before, you know that we very much value your input, your questions, your thoughts. We want this to be as interactive as you want it to be. So please do send in your questions and your thoughts. You know how to do this by now. Go to menti.com. You can scan the code, and the password is 344449. If you want to go and do that now, feel free to do that. That way, and especially also to you, the audience in the live stream, you can put your questions to us, and I will put them to the speakers after every session, after every disputation, after every keynote. So rest assured, there will be plenty of time for discussion involving all of you as well. That's it from the housekeeping perspective. Let's kick things off at this forum. We will now hear an introduction into the topic of superstar firms with Professor David Dorn. He is the UBS Foundation Professor of Globalization and Labor Market at the Department of Economics at the University of Zurich. Together with his co-authors, he's written a highly cited scientific paper about the fall of labor share and rise of superstar firms. A hard copy is available just in the back, so get your hands on that while it's still there. David, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. The rise of superstar firms describes the rapid growth of already large companies. One way to see that is to trace over time the combined sales of the 500 firms which in a given year were the largest US companies. These sales in real dollar value tripled from the early 1970s to more recent years. One important contributor to this development is the rise of the so-called big tech firms like Amazon or Apple that will be the subject of some of our upcoming program this afternoon. But the phenomenon is actually more broad-based and also includes companies in other sectors such as Walmart in retail. Indeed, when we look at more detailed retail industries, such as car dealerships in the United States, or pharmacies, or home improvement stores, then we see that in the average such industry, the combined market sales share of the 4 largest companies has more than doubled from the early 80s, where it was 14%, to more recent times when it is above 30%. And that development is not unique to retail industries. We also see trends towards more market concentrations in every other major sector, be it finance, be it manufacturing, be it services, and other research has found similar trends in European countries. The question is then, why do we see a rising dominance of big firms? This is still an area of very active research, a question that I think is not yet fully settled, but I would say perhaps one of the leading hypotheses is that the bigger firms were better able to make use of the opportunities brought about by the computer revolution. The chart that you see on this slide shows how large firms in France, the firms to the right on the chart, had greater per worker investments into software technology. And one possible explanation for that pattern is that the large firms, on the one hand, have the financial power to shoulder the large fixed costs that may be needed to implement the new technology platform, and at the same time, the large firms will later benefit from any new technology that lowers the production cost by a certain percentage. A given percentage of cost reduction translates to a much bigger dollar or euro amount of saving in a large firm. Other hypothesis for this rise of superstar firms is the observation that we have falling rates of new startups entering the economy, may be related to some evidence that research productivity seems to be declining. That, of course, means also that the big incumbent firms in an industry tend to get less competition from new players. A third possible hypothesis is that antitrust regulation may either be weak or at least weakly enforced, an argument that has particularly been raised in the context of the United States. This rise of the superstar firm then has important consequences for the aggregate economy. First, we see that the prices that these market-dominant firms are able to charge in their output markets have been increasing relative to the marginal production costs. This means, as a consequence, that these large firms are unusually profitable. And when firms make large profits, then usually this means that capital incomes of the firm's owners are increasing primarily rather than the salaries of the employees. And with these large firms becoming more dominant, we therefore have higher profitability in the economy and a shift of the aggregate income of the economy away from workers and towards capital owners. This has important consequences for income inequality in society because capital income is usually much more concentrated in the population than is labor income. This means only a small segment of the overall population has a meaningful amount of wealth that generates a large capital income, while labor income are more evenly dispersed. And so a shift of aggregate income away from labor towards capital generally leads to greater income inequality. This now presents policymakers arguably with a dilemma when they think on how they should react to the growth of superstar firms and whether they should put restrictions on that development. On the one hand, you could argue that a stricter regulation of these firms would be justified to the extent that we want to prevent such firms from exploiting their market power over consumers. We might want to prevent such firms for blocking smaller competitors from entering into their markets. And we might also perhaps more broadly be concerned with an economic development that contributes to greater income inequality and the many social problems and political divisions that are associated with that greater inequality. On the flip side, it's also important to mention that many of these superstar firms are actually highly productive and innovative companies, firms that have generated new products and services that consumers highly value, and firms that also have been important contributors to economic growth. In that sense, the big challenge for policymakers is how to rein in the negative consequences that these economic developments have, while at the same time not destroying the good contributions that these firms are making to the economy. We are very glad that we can start the event today with a keynote by one person who is an expert precisely on these topics. Mr. Joaquin Almunia has a distinguished career as a politician, public servant, and academic. He was a government minister and a leader of the social democratic opposition in Spain in the 1980s and 1990s. He then joined the European Commission, where from 2009 to 2014 he was the vice president of the Commission and the commissioner in charge of competition policy. Mr. Almunia also always held connections to universities, and he's currently an adjunct professor at the School for International Studies of Sciences Po University in Paris. Welcome to Zurich, Mr. Almunia.
Thank you very much, Professor Dorn. Thank you very much to the UBS Center for Economic in Society for inviting me today to discuss this question presented by Professor Dorn of big superstars in the economic life. And as Commissioner for Competition from the end of 2009 till the end of 2014, I was used to deal with this question, but in particular, in my period, I was used to discover a new category of superstar firms that were the big tech platforms, the Google, Apples, Amazon, and so on and so forth. And what is the difference between this sector, the big tech platforms that emerged with the digital economy in the decade of the 90s and grew a lot during the first 2 decades of this century? What is the difference between the market power of these big techs and the general analysis that Professor Dorn presented? In my view, is that the excessive power of big techs goes beyond economics. It's not only about market power, it's also about innovation, what is going on with innovation in the digital sector thanks to the activity of these big techs that they will analyze, privacy, how our rights to protect our privacy are respected or not in this period of big emergence of superstars in the digital activities, what is going on with illegal content circulating through the network, through internet, and in particular circulating through these big platforms, not only through big platforms, but the big platforms occupies a very high percentage of the total activity going through the networks, the political interferences, and so on. So the debate does not only affect our economy, that of course, but in particular affects the digital economy, and the consequences of this goes beyond economics. So I will elaborate on how competition policy, how competition law, and competition economic analysis are contributing to this debate, to this reflection, and I will use a sentence pronounced by my successor as Commissioner for Competition, the then Vice President of the European Commission, Margrethe Vestager, who said, "Rules are needed to put order in this chaos." These are Vestager's words, not my own words, but I fully agree with this. We need rules, and probably, and I will discuss it, competition policy rules that are with us in Europe, but also in the US and in many other jurisdictions for decades, how those rules that have not basically changed, for instance, in the EU, the present legal rules at the treaty level are more or less the same that in the Treaty of Rome in the mid-50s of past century, to what extent those rules can cope with the present challenges in the digital economy, and what is needed to make competition policy enforcement really efficient in these new situations. As you know, probably, the competition policy enforcement has three main areas of activity: the fight against cartels and illegal agreements among companies, the fight against abuses of dominant positions of companies in the market, not pursuing dominance, but pursuing the abuses based on this market power of dominance in the market, and control of mergers and acquisitions, acquisitions of companies or merger between two companies operating in the same or in similar markets to increase the size and to increase efficiencies. In Europe, in the EU, we also have state aid control, but it's not object of my analysis this morning. The digital economy accelerates existing trends towards a higher degree of market concentration. As we've seen in the PowerPoint presented by Professor Dorn, this is not new, but in fact, the degree of concentration is increasing in many markets, and the digital economy, or the digital use of software, of technologies in other sectors, can contribute, and in my view is contributing to the acceleration of this process. This means that competition policy with the traditional instruments has a risk of under-enforcement, both in the fight against abuses in the market, as well as in the control of mergers and acquisitions. And at the same time, it's not only this under-enforcement because of the new developments in the market, but because the investigations of potential abuses, of the analysis about the consequences of a potential merger, has become more complex and more cumbersome, being the nature of the digital economy. So the question is what to do. We have started really to think about this at the EU level in 2010, when we received at the Commission some complaints regarding the Google activities. Google, according to the complainants, or some of the complainants, were discriminating potential competitors when going as user of Google to the search to put queries to be responded by the Google search engine. Google was scrapping contents from some media, for instance, to present summaries of the contents prepared by media through the Google News activities. Google had potential abuses in the use of ads, with an increased participation of digital ads in the total market of publicity, and Google at that time was the most important firm operating in this market. So there were several complaints in 2009, 2010 of a different nature, looking at different potential abuses. So we started a formal investigation in November 2010, 12 years ago. It was a very complex case, so I decided to try to get an agreement with Google. This is foreseen in the regulations operating in the EU. If you reach an agreement with a company that is being investigated and the company put forward possible solutions to the abuses, and these solutions are considered the right ones to eliminate abuses, you can reach an agreement with the company and to make these commitments presented by the company as legally binding. So it's a kind of regulation through an indirect way to regulate a particular market. But these conversations with Google were not successful. Several rounds, 3 rounds of negotiations with them to try to receive better implementing solutions for the abuses were under investigation, was not possible, and finally my successor arrived knowing that the negotiations with Google had not been successful, and she decided to launch a formal investigation to prohibit these activities. Finally, a decision was adopted in 27, I think, with a prohibition of part of the abuses that were subject to investigations, the shopping, Google shopping system offered by Google that was enjoying in the search engine a much better treatment than the shopping services offered by competitors of Google. The Commission prohibited this abuse and imposed a fine of 2.4 billion euros, the equivalent of 2.4 Swiss francs, more or less. Google, of course, appealed before the court, and in 2021, so 3.5 years later, the Court of Justice in Luxembourg, in the first instance, supported the Commission decision to prohibit these practices and consolidated the fine of 2.4 billion euros, more or less. Since then, the Commission at the EU level has opened investigations and adopted some other decisions against Google, for instance, against some practices of Android, that has become the dominant ecosystem for smartphones and tablets, owned by Google, and another kind of investigations against Amazon, Apple, and other digital firms. But there is not the only problem we consider. The economists of competition had created a new concept. Analyzing mergers, they talked about killer acquisitions. So these big tech platforms, on the one hand, they are very efficient, and they have organic growth because of its efficiency and its competitiveness vis-à-vis others. Indeed, I will not deny this, but at the same time, Google, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and others, but in particular these big ones, Facebook, they acquired around 500 firms because they consider that was good for their businesses, but was good in many cases because they were acquiring competitors or even potential competitors, and because the size of the companies acquired by these big techs, the merger control rules were not working well, and most of these mergers were considered not infractions to the competition rules because the authorities cannot demonstrate the reduction of competition because of these acquisitions. So these killer acquisitions had become also a very important factor to increase the size of the platforms, but at the same time to eliminate competitors because of these acquisitions. So this is not only a case-by-case reflection. Of course, the Commission and other competition authorities used these experiences of receiving complaints, opening investigations, looking into the nature of the markets, the barriers to enter into the markets, the abuses, etc., to improve their knowledge on how the digital economy is working. But the Commission decided at the EU level to require a report from experts. And this was not only the EU Commission, also the British authority, the Australian authority, some people in the US. In the last years of past decade, launched investigations to better understand the nature of this market in the digital economy. There was a need to understand how digitization is transforming the way markets operate and companies operate. And the questions were, in particular, two big questions submitted to the experts. Do the present EU competition rules at the EU level are still valid, yes or not? And in any case, regardless the rules, is enough to adapt enforcement practices the traditional practices of competition authorities to cope with digital markets and digital platforms, yes or not? The Commission report, published in 2019, said digitization is the origin of new markets, new players, and new business models. And some of these digital services offered by these big platforms are provided at zero price. When we click into Google search, we are not paying a price for this. When we look at the Google Maps, we are not paying a price. When we register in Twitter, we are not paying a price, so on and so forth. But we are offering these big platforms our data. And the data we offer to the platforms is the main asset they have once processed, once integrated in a big databases, and databases that are growing more and more every day, given that users, thousands of users, millions of users every day are clicking, are operating through platforms, offering the platforms our data, where we live, where we eat, what are our cultural preferences, etc., etc. They can know almost everything about us, and this is a big asset to offer new services to those who they know sometimes better than ourselves about our preferences, our priorities, the direction of our expenditures, etc. Of course, this is not only a very important economic asset, this presents also some risks. This enormous amount of data can affect privacy, can be sold to buyers that can try to use this data for not legal purposes, and this can give way even to political interferences, as we've seen famously in one of the last US electoral campaigns. Sometimes the competition enforcement needs to address the power of big online platforms that are acting at the same time as referees, as owners of a platform, and players, because based on its ownership of this platform built on our database, they can create new services that they can monetize. It's not only to monetize their businesses through ads, through digital ads, but it is also to monetize their database through the creation of new services that can compete, sometimes with a non-level playing field, given the size of this database, against competitors that try to introduce their services in the same markets that cannot compete with a level playing field. So these are the main features of the digital economy, according to the report requested by the EU Commission, but according to other reports that are not very different in their analysis and in their conclusions. The data are a vital tool, indeed, that plays in favor of the biggest, because the biggest is a database, the more efficient can become for the use of the owner of this database to create new services or to compete without a level playing field against new entrants. These databases offers for them enormous economies of scope. They can diversify their activities thanks to the base of data that they built at the beginning, that is growing and growing with snowball effects. There are high returns of scale, of course. The database owned by platforms creates powerful network externalities. The costs are less than proportionate to the number of customers served, and this creates a trend in this economy, not only in this economy, but in particular, in my view, in the digital economy with the big platforms, for a model where the winner take all the market. It's a fight for the market. It's not a fight within the market. On top of this, we know by experience that not always is easy to switch from one platform to another platform, continue receiving the same kind of services that we receive in the original platform when we are registered or we are using as customers. Switching is often difficult, and there are barriers for this switch from one platform to another. And the large incumbents, the big techs, are very difficult to be dislodged, to go from number 1 to number 2, number 3, or number 4 is very, very difficult. And from the economic analysis point of view, we know that the markets does not always self-correct their imperfections. And in particular, this principle applies to the digital markets. Even if incumbents does not engage in particular abuses of its dominant position, there may be a tendency to persistent and growing market power. Even if they don't abuse of this market power, the internal dynamics of these markets goes them an increased power day after day. Some people say the big tech, the big platforms are natural monopolies, as they were in the past, the production of electricity or the production of gas or whatever energy source, or as it was the case with railways and other state monopolies of the past century, or others use a concept that was analyzed during the period of the liberalization of network industries in the 80s past century, of essential facilities, that as an essential facility, a big platform, some people say, has a duty to deal with the competitors, not to put barriers to their competitors in using the platform for their own businesses and for their own purposes. In other cases, there are proposals for these big platforms to self-regulate their activities. Some public authorities say it's too complex for us, let's ask them to self-regulate. And some of the owners, of the leaders of these platforms says, no, it's very complex for us, this will create for us a lot of problems, let's ask the public authorities to regulate our activities, being careful not to kill innovation. But what to do if, apart this general analysis, there are some behavioral biases? As a professor of Universidad Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona, Massimo Motta, described, there are some behavioral biases. For instance, for the users tend to use the pre-installed apps in their smartphones or tablets, not to look for alternatives for the apps that are pre-installed when you buy the device. There is a question of prominence, that users don't go beyond the first search results. In the Google first page of the search engine, you can find almost everything you need to respond to your query, and don't go to the page 2, 3, or 4, because nobody does. Almost nobody goes beyond the first search. We are a little bit lazy as users, and we don't cancel automatic renewables or subscriptions, or we agree to give away our privacy rights because we have no time to read all the conditions that are published in the screen of our smartphones or our devices, and we say, okay, let's accept the message that the owners of the platform are sending to us. So all these biases create trends in favor of incumbents. So it's not only about the nature of the markets, This network externality as economies of scale and scope is also about the biases of the users, that with our behavior, we tend to act in favor of the big incumbents. So, as a consequence of this analysis, in case by case or in the reports requested by the EU Commission and others, some regulatory initiatives came up. And in particular in the EU, we have 2 new regulations, so EU laws of direct application in the EU member states. One, the Digital Services Act, that I will define very quickly, and the other one, the Digital Markets Act, to look into the way these markets function and to combine the traditional antitrust ex post investigations, once complaints had been received or once the analysis had discovered some potential abuses, but at the same time to have regulations that will ex ante prevent the existence of abuses or will forbid the abuses that can be operated by the platforms. The EU was very well known some years ago with the regulation of data, the data protection regulation that has been considered, analyzed, and sometimes also copied beyond the borders of the EU. The Digital Markets Act will come into force in the next months. The Digital Services Act regarding the content will take full effect in 2024. This regulation, data protection, came into force in 2016. The EU recently adopted a Data Governance Act in May 22, May this year, to facilitate data sharing among companies. They proposed in February this year a Data Act to harmonize rules on the fair access to data, and they also issued a proposal last year on artificial intelligence that is being considered. But I will refer, before I conclude my presentation, to these 2 regulations, these 2 EU laws that are coming into force after the discussions that happened in the last couple of years. The Digital Services Act pretends to counter illegal products, services, and content circulating through the network. And at the same time, protecting this content from illegal activities, the Digital Services Act intends to foster innovation, growth, and competitiveness, against the argument that regulations of these activities can kill innovation, as has been provided, indeed, by these big platforms over the last 2 decades. But the Digital Services Act wants to take care also to the protection of innovation, not to kill innovation because of the issue of new regulations on content. They try to facilitate scaling up of smaller platforms. They tend to rebalance responsibilities of users, platforms, and public authorities. They want to protect consumer rights online, to increase transparency and accountability of the platforms, and to mitigate the risks of manipulation and disinformation. So, good intentions. Would not be very easy to enforce this, of course. Nobody knowing this sector can imagine that because the adoption of a law in 2024, when the law will come fully into force, these problems will be eliminated. But in any case, according to the Commission that put forward the proposal to the European Parliament and the Council, the Commission said when issuing this proposal that for citizens there will be more choice and lower prices, and of course less exposure to illegal content. For providers of services that need to use the platforms, There will be legal certainty and harmonization of rules. For business users, again, more choice and lower prices, but also access to EU-wide markets through the platforms that will not be able to organize high barriers to entry of competitors or users of the platform. And for the society at large, this will imply greater democratic control and oversight over systemic platforms. Good intentions. I hope these intentions will be transformed into realities, but being honest, I am not sure how difficult it will be to transform these good intentions written down in the law to the reality of markets in the coming years and decades. The institutions, the economic agents covered by DSA, by the Digital Services Act, are intermediary services offering network infrastructure and online platforms, of course. And the obligations to online platforms, written down in the Digital Services Act, are transparency, respect to fundamental rights, complaint and redress mechanisms, control of abusive notices, reporting criminal offenses, and more and more. Very good intentions indeed. And for very large online platforms, for the superstars in this sector, there are specific obligations. And the Digital Services Act considers that these main online platforms, or very large online platforms, are those who are reaching more than 10% of the EU population among the users. So it means 45 million people as users of a platform transforms the platform in a big one that is submitted to specific obligations. And those specific obligations are the need to put in place a compliance officer about the way the platform functions and abide by the rules, external risk auditing and public accountability, data sharing with authorities and researchers, the need to approve a code of conduct, and a crisis response cooperation. And for those who are not, will be not complying with these rules, there is, in the Digital Services Act, a regulation of sanctions in proportion to the size of the sales, of the turnover of these platforms, up to a maximum of 6% of annual turnover or 5% of average daily turnover. The other law, closely linked with competition rules as we knew it up until now. The Digital Markets Act has the purpose to ensure a level playing field for all the digital companies, regardless of their size. And in particular, the Digital Markets Act, the DMA, established criteria to qualify as gatekeepers. Who will be the gatekeepers? Are those providers of core platform services with a significant impact in the single market, and core platform services are considered, and I give you some examples, online intermediation services, online search services, social networking services, video sharing platform services, interpersonal communication services, operating systems, cloud computing advices or services, online advertising services, web browsers. So almost all the activities in this sector of digital economy are considered or can be considered as core platform services. And this is one of the conditions if the platform develops some of those core platform services with significant impact in the single market, in the EU single market, they can be considered gatekeepers. but also the operating of core platform services, which serves as an important gateway for users and agents to reach other users or agents through the platform. They need not only to fulfill with these conditions, but also to enjoy an entrenched and durable position in the market, with an annual turnover of at least 7.5 billion euros in each of the last 3 years, or, as an alternative, a market capitalization to at least 75 billion euros in the last financial year. And on top of this, the size of the turnover or the size of the market, the cap of these companies, they have to provide services the same as in the Digital Services Act to at least 25 monthly end users and more than 10,000 business users established in the single market during the last year. What it means to be considered a gatekeeper according to the Digital Markets Act. The gatekeepers have in the regulation some do's, things that they have to do, and some don'ts, things that are forbidden for them to do. Do's, what they have to do: to easily uninstall pre-installed apps, or to allow to easily uninstall pre-installed apps, to allow end users to install third-party apps or app stores, substituting as an alternative the app stores pre-installed in the devices, allow interoperability in message services, WhatsApp and others, allow end users to unsubscribe for core platform services of the gatekeeper, to allow the portability of data from one database to another database, to provide companies advertising in the platform with the necessary tools to verify how the ads are being presented, used, and managed by the gatekeeper, and to allow their business users to promote their offer and conclude contracts with their customers outside the platform that they are using. So these are the obligations for the gatekeepers. And what the gatekeepers cannot do, according to the DMA, they have to refrain from combining and cross-using personal data to any other service. They cannot give preference to their own services against the services equivalent from the competitors using the same platform. It was the Google Shopping case. The law prevents the gatekeepers that they cannot avoid multi-homing, so belonging to 2 or more platforms for the use of services, and switching to move from one platform to another platform. And they cannot use targeted advertisement, knowing the preferences of the users. They can address the publicity, knowing the preferences and the users and consumers likes or don't like. So there are a lot of advantages in this regulation. They consider that the business will be able to offer their services in a fairer environment, protecting them against abuses. Innovators and startups can have new opportunities to compete in this environment and to innovate. The consumers will have better services to choose, and the gatekeepers will keep all opportunities to innovate and offer services, but will not be allowed to use unfair practices to do so. There are mechanisms of compliance, of course. I will not go into the details because of the time. There are systems to conduct market investigations to modify the conditions that the European Commission will impose to every one of those platforms that will be considered gatekeepers according to the thresholds established. And the consequences of non-compliance, of course, there are fines. And also, and it's a particular point that has created big discussions, more in the US than in this side of the Atlantic, there is a possibility to impose remedies if the gatekeeper is not complying with their obligations established by the law. And at the limit, the Commission could decide to break up, at the limit, as ultima ratio. But it's not eliminated the possibility to reach at the end the conclusion that the only possibility to avoid the lack of compliance with this regulation is to break up the company. So, how to enforce this? It's even more difficult to enforce this than to enforce the Digital Services Act, in my view. The Commission is trying to recruit experts, not only lawyers and economists, are the traditional components of the EU administration for the enforcement of competition. The Commission will need to hire experts, technical experts, knowing how these mechanisms function and how to correct the imperfections of these mechanisms. That is not only a legal question, but to fulfill the legal obligations, you need to find the way to be successful in this purpose, and this will require much more technical advice than is rightly now available. So this will come into force. I really don't know if all the good intentions will be achieved in the first 5 years or in this decade. I really don't know. But what I know is that the under-enforcement of competition rules in a traditional way that we knew in the last years require this regulatory complement, even taking into account the difficulties to make enforceable the regulation. It's not only difficult to make enforceable the competition rules, but also these kind of regulations, even if they appear as a necessity to avoid the abuses and the distortions created by these superstars in this very specific field of the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Let's take a seat here. We have a few minutes for questions. And thank you so much for that insightful keynote. Let's get to audience questions right away. We've got microphones in the room. Any pressing questions, comments? I do know that there is a question right here.
Hi, thank you for the fascinating talk. You mentioned behavioral biases as one of the causes of market power for superstar firms, the laziness of people to scroll beyond page one, the lack of willingness to read pages of detailed code before you click accept. I'm wondering, this seems very real to me, but where's the limit to this? How much do we need to protect people from their own choices? As a source of market power, shall we say, behavioral biases are not specific to superstar firms. Where's the limit to sort of taking away the driver's license from consumers and deciding for them and calling this competition policy in your mind?
Well, it's a good question with a difficult answer because we are talking about behavior of individual users, of you, me, or whoever uses every day smartphones, tablets, these kind of apps. We need to be aware that we are offering to these platforms a fantastic asset that, in theory, in my view, we are the owners of our own data. But in practice, the owners are the platforms that had to work to process and to build a very efficient and intelligent database, but they will monetize with a lot of benefits for them, and we need to be aware that the modification of our behavioral trends cannot be imposed by a legislation. It's up to us. As an economist, we can imagine in some cases some incentives, but I am not really convinced that the incentive, what kind of incentive we can have to be ready to read all the conditions that we need to accept for the use of our data. How many users can have time, and even in some cases also knowledge to understand this text of the, hey, I would like to put some conditions to the use of my data. Or how we can ask users to look into the possible alternative apps to shift from the apps pre-installed by the producer of the ecosystem to change the apps they offer to us with other that will offer similar services, similar results. Well, it's up to us to decide this. I don't think we can impose by law to any users the obligation to read all the papers before clicking to accept.
We have a lot of questions from the online audience as well. We're pressed for time, so let me just get to a question here. And David, let me put that to you. Why have superstar companies primarily emerged in the US and China and not in the EU?
Yes, it was a very good question. I would like to know what is the solution to this. When I was in Brussels as commissioner, I received some of those people. In some cases because we were investigating them, but in other cases because we wanted to understand what they were doing. And my question to many of them was, how you can explain to me, a humble European citizen, what do we need to do to open the door here in Europe to the emergence and to the platforms that will thrive to become the biggest in the world.
What was the answer?
And, the answer was, in theory, very simple. Well, eliminate regulations, don't pay attention to us, let us free in our garage, in our California residence. Don't pay attention to us. Let us innovate and let us do so. And this, for a European culture, is not an easy question to be put into practice, to eliminate regulation. And now, even we, and not only we Europeans, also the US and many others around the world, had concluded that those big platforms require regulation.
Better late than never, David?
Well, I would add that the answer to your question depends on how broadly we define these superstar firms. Of course, if we're speaking about the big tech firms that Joaquin Almunia emphasized in particular, we see that these are very concentrated in the United States and to a lesser degree in China. If you speak about very large multinational firms more broadly across other sectors, then of course we also have an unusually high density of those right here in Switzerland. So that means, once we look into pharmaceuticals, to some extent into insurance, finance, and so forth, then the world map already looks a bit different again. Or car companies would be another example where, of course, European producers are very important.
Yes, but there are some differences because in some cases of industries or in the financial sector, there are internal barriers in our single market. More or less visible, but there are barriers. To click to use a big platform, be it Google, Amazon, or whatever, you can click, if you want, google.com with the same efficiency that google.ch here or ES in my own country. So the market has much less barriers so far. Now with the regulations, let's see what happens.
Mr. Almunia, before we break for the first coffee break, and I know that there are a lot of questions here, and you'll be around to discuss some of them. My question to you is, as you watch what's happening in Europe right now with the energy crisis, your home country, Spain, you've also subsidized businesses and consumers. The same has happened in many EU countries, especially, though, in Germany. And Germany has had a pretty tough time defending itself against it. And there was this recent summit, which I guess was also called the Germany Bashing Summit. How do those subsidies distort competition and the single market? Are you concerned?
Well, yes, of course I am concerned. I am concerned by the possibility to eliminate as much as possible distortions due to the use of public resources. So we have in the EU, as I mentioned quickly in the introductory remarks, we have a state aid control. That is not a traditional antitrust or competition tool in many other jurisdictions. Almost any other jurisdiction has this state aid control, but we, for the purpose of keeping the single market with lower barriers and with lower incentives to distortions of competition, we have a state aid control. The problem is that during the financial crisis, we modified a little bit the state aid rules to facilitate sending public resources to the financial sector, to rescue the financial sector, to avoid the systemic risks of the whole financial sector being contaminated by the crisis. With the pandemic, again, we flexibilize at the EU level the state aid rules to facilitate the subsidies and the support to those sectors that were specifically affected by the consequences of the pandemic. And now,
Again.
when the pandemic framework was still in place, was being revised a little bit, but still in place, now we have this new framework to flexibilize state aid control for the energy crisis purposes, to subsidize companies and to subsidize certain energy sources, whatever. In my view, personally, I am no more representative of any public institution, so it's my personal opinion. I think the new framework to flexibilize the state aid control is too generous. And this creates this possibility that, on the one hand, I can understand. Germany is the more powerful economy. They have public finances in a better situation than in my own country or in France or in Portugal, by no means in Italy or Greece, that are the worst ones. But, well, there are limits also to this. If you are economically powerful and your public finances are in a very good shape, you cannot give all the public money you want to your own companies without distorting the single market more than it is needed just to cope with the consequences of energy crisis, is my view. So I would recommend here in public, please don't be too generous now. Moderate your preferences.
Joaquin Almunia and David Dorn, thank you so much for your time, and the discussion continues and the coffee break for the next 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My voice is at the limit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We continue with the first disputation, with the first panel discussion on the topic of superstar firms. Do they do more harm than good? And we will kick off with a round of short statements from our esteemed panelists. We've got with us Jan Eeckhout, Eeckhout Professor of Economics at UPF Barcelona, the Barcelona School of Economics. He's also the author of the book, The Profit Paradox, How Thriving Firms Threaten the Future of Work. He's also the author of the public paper, Dominant Firms in the Digital Age, which he wrote with the UBS Center and which is available to take away at the exit. Jan, great to have you here. To my left, we've got Ileana Garces, slightly shorter introduction. She's in charge of economic policy at Meta, formerly Facebook. She's also a former member of the cabinet of Joaquin Almunia, so old friends here on stage. And we've also got, last but not least, Cristina Cafara, just recently joined as a partner and head of Keystone Europe. Keystone Europe is a company where she advises other companies, regulators, and law firms. Before that, she spent 15 years as the head of European competition at CRA. Thank you all for being here. And Jan, let's start with you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you everyone for also having us in this panel. We've heard quite a few things about superstar firms, and I would like to avoid repetition. Let me just set the stage and focus maybe a little bit more on some of these consequences that David has also already talked about. I mean, we know that superstar firms are everywhere. They're in tech, but they're also in more traditional industries such as textiles or the beer industry. And one of the issues is that we see these dominant firms having a macroeconomic implication economy-wide, and it's just because they are so large and dominant. It's not that many firms. If we, in our analysis, look at the data, we see it's probably globally about 500 or 600 firms, but they are so big that they have a macroeconomic impact going very, very far. And the best way, I think, to illustrate this is that if I see what happens to startups, I have a friend, Alex, who used to be in Silicon Valley, and some time ago we met and talked about really what was going on with his business, and he told me he had decided to close down the business. Now startups close down all the time, but as we met, we were talking over a beer, we saw a news announcement. At the same time, there was this announcement that the Dow Jones had reached at that time 25,000, which is now was in 2019, just before the pandemic, and then reached 37,000, is back down again now. And then he said there's basically something that doesn't really square to me. On the one hand, we see this hugely successful stock market performance, and at the same time, we see things that he says, even in Silicon Valley, the whole startup scene has changed. It's very different. He had been in Silicon Valley for nearly 20 years. And it's not just, the startup scene, it's also what happens to production and service workers. And if we see the data, what happens to the data, these consequences are that really, startups have fallen from around 14% of all firms to around 8%. That's in the United States. They've fallen similar or more in Europe. Okay, the data is now coming in and we see very similar trends. So there is something really going on in terms of innovation, because startup firms are firms that are typically hiring more young workers. They're more innovative. They innovate more per unit of sales that they have. And so this has an impact on the amount of innovation that we see, and then also the amount of business dynamism that we see in the economy. And it's not only the effect that this has on the startup firms, but it also has an effect on wages. And now you say, well, there could be two different ways in which this affects wages. It could be directly, if I have a dominant firm, it just has such a large presence in a local market that they can affect the wages. This is monopsony, and I understand we're going to hear more of that this afternoon. But there's also another way in which dominant firms affect wages, and it's a very indirect way. It's a little bit more complex, but let me just walk you through it. The way it works is that if there's a large enough number of firms that are dominant in the economy, they basically sell their products at higher prices than what it costs. And that means that basically fewer units are being sold because customers are responsive to prices. And so you basically get less units sold, therefore fewer units that are being produced. And if you produce less, you basically have less demand for labor. And that's the channel that leads from this large number of dominant firms, large in the sense of a large share of the economy, to basically lower labor demand and lower wages. And I wanted to stress this because it's important to also think and set the stage as to what kind of consequences we're looking at here in this new economy, if you want, with these superstar firms. Now, there's been a lot of debate about what to do, and we'll have more of that debate with the next speakers and in the discussion later. Of course, there's also a question as to the extent to which these firms are going to be, what is it exactly that we can do about it? Okay, what are the kind of tools that we have to do something about it? There's one thing that's clear is that these firms, of course, typically are dominant because they have an ability to generate a lot of volume and sales at a large scale. This large scale is actually beneficial. And what we see also in the data is that the dominant firms are also very beneficial to the customers. They generate a lot of value in the economy. But they also use these new technologies to stop or refrain competitors from entering into this market. And I think it's that trade-off that's on the table here, the benefits from this scale with the extent to which we can have enough competition. And I hope we can discuss in what follows about ways in which we can get there. Thanks.
Wow, in time. Okay, so thank you so much for having me. My background is as an antitrust practitioner. I'm not an academic, I'm not somebody who does labor or macro, but I've been at the coal face doing cases for 25 years, and so I've been there as these sectors were concentrating serially. I've seen chemicals, agrochemicals, telecoms, pharmaceuticals concentrate over that period. And of course, part of the discussion we're having today is about digital firms, but there is a broader discussion when we talk about superstar firms and their level of concentration, which is not limited to digital. I need to do something as a practitioner, which is a disclosure. I think it is a matter of practice. When you do speak from the private sector, I have to say that I've advised on multiple deals. When we talk specifically about digital, I've advised adverse to Google and Facebook. I've worked for Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Netflix, and others. So I wanted to give you a little bit of the sense for when this issue of concentration, margins, surfaced somewhat at the level of the consciousness of the antitrust community. There was a meeting late in 2015 in DC at the Metropolitan Club of a small group of enforcers and practitioners and academics known as the Jevons Institute, met twice a year, once in London, once in DC. And Jason Furman, who was at the time the president of Obama's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Obama, together with Peter Orszag, who was a Citibank, came and presented their results. They said they'd done some work, and they showed through this work that effectively, when you look at things over a period of time, share of income going to capital in the economy had risen, profits had risen, share of income going to labor had declined, and this was leading to an increase in inequality, while concentration at the same time was increasing. And so there was a suggestion that the greater monopoly in product market was responsible for this phenomenon that we were observing. Now, the reaction of the antitrust club hearing this was total consternation and disbelief. The reaction was, no. We are not under enforcing. Enforcement is going great. There's nothing we're doing wrong. There are no cases. And in fact, you're measuring concentration wrong because you don't know what you're doing, really. If you don't do proper antitrust markets, you're not measuring concentration in a meaningful way. And I could name the names of people who were there: FTC commissioners, acting attorney general for the DOJ, and so on. So there was a big resistance back then, 2015, to this notion that somehow antitrust had a part to play in this phenomenon of increasing concentration and shift of income towards capital rather than labor. Then, of course, fast forward 5 years later, we have seen a very much different narrative getting established. The Brandesian movement, or the progressive, however you want to call them, have essentially taken over that story. And there has been, even in other circles, a growing realization that, frankly, antitrust is under-delivered. It has failed for a number of reasons, which have to do with the time. It is always too late to actually act, and there is a number of reasons to do with due process and the way in which the process is indeed abused. There is the timidity of regulators that are a little bit too reluctant to do something too radical, and there is the total failure of remedies, which in antitrust fail to move the dial in any way. So I think that we are now in the antitrust community at a level where we understand that antitrust has a part to play in what we observe. Of course, we've observed also, and we've learned a lot about what drives these phenomena that we've talked about, superstar firms, is a terminology that has come into the common parlance through the work of people like Otto, John Van Reenen, and indeed Jan and Jan, as we know them, Jan Eeckhout and Jan de Locker, who have really spent a lot of time trying to unpack what is happening here. And what is really driving this is surely a multiplicity of factors. There is something to do with inevitably technological change, the fact that there is intangible capital and advances in IT. There is also very likely the question of market power, and market power increasing, and diminution of competition, which is really very much what we are here in part to discuss. Weaker antitrust enforcement, and it isn't just the Brandesians saying this. Thomas Philippon, who is a distinguished economist, NYU, has written on this with others, and has pointed to the fact that antitrust enforcement is also partly responsible for this. So where are we in all of this, and what should antitrust be doing? I mean, the reality is that in the current political economy, I think we recognize that certainly there's been an increasing concentration, the size matters, and that is certainly the product of technological changes and progress in other factors. The size of investment that you need these days is such that you really cannot hope to compete on a smaller scale. However, I think there is also a realization that this concentration of power, particularly in the digital sector, is problematic. The Brandesian talk poetically about freedom from all masters, dispersing economic power as being the purpose of antitrust rather than controlling anti-competitive behavior in a more targeted fashion. That is a big discussion that is very live across the Atlantic, and it is to do with how do we actually conceive of the purpose of antitrust. We're not there in Europe. We still have a different, perhaps, concept of antitrust, but there's no question that there is concern about what the limited effects of antitrust are going to be on things like economic discourse, political discourse, democracy. We have serious concerns about privacy and the way in which market power effectively leads to abuses of privacy at scale, for example. There's much more to say that I'm sure we'll discuss in the panel, but I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you, after my two co-panelists. So I just wanted to add, first to start, that yes, I think that there is a very vibrant debate that started, as you say, with the policy brief of the Economic Council in the US in 2016 about how much concentration there is in the market, and particularly at that time in the US. And I think that it is a legitimate debate. I think also Jan's research shows that it seems that something did happen after 1980. I would argue that there's an interesting question that what did happen after 1980 was the financialization of the economy and the globalization after the 90s, the entering of China into the world economy. So there were structural changes that were, a lot of them institutional. So we changed the rules so that to make those things happen. And my impression is that there was a change, a structural change, of which the antitrust enforcement was just a part. Like we pulled some tools at the benefit of some firms, and we're just consistent in how we, in what we're promoting. And the interesting part of that is that the things that were changing were things that big firms could benefit from to a much larger extent than smaller firms. You had to be able to do complexity, you have to be able to use complex financial instruments, you had to be able to change. And so some companies were in a better position than others. So I'm not going to enter whether that's a good or a bad path. I'm not going to enter whether we want big, large firms or a bigger set of smaller firms in the economy overall. I think it's a legitimate debate. But what I want to focus on is on an argument that I'm going to make that digital platforms are in fact an entirely different animal than what this conversation is, what this concentration conversation is talking about. And I think that gets lost in the debate because big, large digital platforms are very big and very large. But the reason why I think they can't be put in the same box is that I'll argue that digital platforms are not your typical firm because they're mostly organizations. It's not an input-output factory. A lot of the input that they use, they don't buy, but it's the people participating in the ecosystem that provide. So if you're and I'm talking about real platforms, so platforms that connect a variety of users, a variety of businesses to produce an ecosystem of a set of services. And what they do, I mean, if you're a social media company, like the company I work in, your quality is what people do on the platform. The users produce the content, developers or businesses build their pages, advertisers advertise. So you depend on what other people are doing. You are coordinating other people's actions. You have a Google or an Amazon. Amazon will depend also on what people. Intermediaries, some platforms are closer to traditional intermediaries, although they're fast evolving. But as soon as you open, you are an organization. And so you cannot be treated as a typical firm because these companies invest an enormous amount in digital tools and to facilitate other people's growth. And so when you see very large platforms, you have to see that those platforms are being used by a huge amount of companies and users for their own growth. And I'll put the example of Meta because I know it best, but every large platform is the same. Meta not only supplies advertisement, Meta provides businesses with analytics, with the information to build campaigns, and then they provide businesses to even tools to manage appointments. They provide businesses with AI tools. A lot of open source technology is put at the services of developers so they can build on the platform. A lot of AR, virtual reality, but even speech recognition, image recognition. All these tools are given for free so that people can build on the platforms and developers can grow their own services. So when we talk about platforms, we're talking about an ecosystem of activity. And it's very different than a traditional firm. And the problem we face is that sometimes when people just make generalities and say, okay, they're big and they're powerful and therefore we have to curtail them, they switch to mental frameworks from the analog world. And in particular, they think, oh, it's an infrastructure. We're going to regulate them like an infrastructure. We're going to provide access, interoperability. And I'm not going to say that some access and some interoperability is not a good thing, but what you do when you provide access to a platform is very, very different than what you do when you provide access to a network. Because everybody knows what a network is for, how to use it, what everybody's going to do on it. It's the same. A platform is a design. As soon as you change something or the participation of certain people, the company is going to react and can completely redesign the space. And so nobody knows what a Meta, a Facebook product, or Instagram, if you look how much they're changed, like how much the difference of how they're being used today compared to even 5 years ago, and it could do something entirely different 2, 3 years from now. And so I just want to have this caveat that a lot of the policies are being designed for a world that is not really the world where they're going to be applied. And so that is a big word of caution. And I think where a lot of the thinking needs to go is that we need to understand digital platform much better, I think, and I think we're not there yet, to design regulation that we're confident can work and achieve what we wanted to achieve. A lot of the aggravations with digital platforms, as I said before, they're an ecosystem. Many people participate. They are, by design, mostly a win-win environment. A lot of the discussion is about how do we share the spoils? How do we share the value that has been jointly created? That's where the dispute is. So many users say, I deserve more. I'm not going to go whether that's true or not. Is it also a legitimate discussion? But I think we need to frame things properly, and I think a lot of the reports we've seen are yet using too much analog frameworks to be at a stage of policies we can be confident about for the moment. And I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you so much, Liliana. All right, let's jump right into the discussion. Christina, you've been shaking your head numerous times. What did you take issue with?
I can't help my body language, I'm sorry. She knows we disagree fundamentally on everything. What can I say? I mean, exceptionalism for digital platforms, hooray. Let's kind of agree that they're different, and so there's no problem. I mean, Iliana, what you describe is a phenomenon which is to do with grotesque levels of market power. Grotesque, which cascade from market to market because companies are able to swing their data, swing their capabilities, swing their stuff from here to there, appropriating data, violating privacy at scale, using market power to violate privacy and using the violation of privacy to cement the market power. Where do we go from here? I don't know. So if you say, we do lots of lovely things for the rest of the world, we give them tools, we give them free stuff, but that is part of the bargain. People are taking these things, but it doesn't make them any less dependent, any less enslaved, any less dependent in the game with the big platform. I think that it is going hand in hand with the fact that you have grotesque levels of market power that you can manipulate and foreclose and dynamically foreclose others that can challenge you. There is history, there is evidence, it is documented, all of these platforms do it. So I do not know in which world we can just sit back and say, well, they are different, jolly good, so they are. But they also do stuff that is bad, they monopolize the discourse, they absolutely pollute the democracy, the democratic discourse. I think that there is not much need for further evidence of that. So I don't know how to take an argument that says, well, we're different. Okay.
Eliana, I'll let you respond.
No, I think, I mean, objectively, again, just to take social media, I mean, my company, whether you like it or not, whether we like it or not, lost 75% of its share value this year because it's facing a very dynamic environment and because it has bet on an innovation that is a big bet that the company is very, very comfortable with.
The metaverse?
The metaverse, which is the next technology. They're not the only ones inventing it, but they're the ones that have announced publicly that they're going to put a big stake on it. I mean, it shows the place is not static. The fastest growing social media app is TikTok, by far. It's competing head-to-head with Instagram, which is a product of Meta. We are facing a social space, a social media space that is fracturing in many different ways in which people are choosing to interact. So if you look at Twitter, it's moving towards chat rooms. I don't know who you follow on Twitter, but if you're more in the techie, you'll see people have chat rooms on Twitter, and that competes with Discord, that competes with a lot of new apps that are exploiting that, and WhatsApp may enter that space as well. You've seen the social media networking move from text to picture. Now it's short video format. That's the big thing. everybody's moving there. You have YouTube Shorts, you have obviously Instagram, including Facebook moving in that direction, TikTok dominating the space. So I don't see any business in that space doesn't see or doesn't recognize the speeches that will depict it as sedimented, tipped, static, kind of already ossified. That's just not the case. I mean, open any, yeah.
The way you phrase it, and I want to refer back to what Jan said before, the rise in the market capitalization. You talked about the heady levels of 2019. Just a year ago, they were extremely frothy. It's come down a lot. In part, valuations, because interest rates are up, but also because the business models are clearly under pressure, and no one knows whether Mark Zuckerberg's huge bet on the metaverse will actually pay off or not. Do you think the criticism of these big tech firms will abate because market cap is down, because profits are lower?
Let's not get fooled by the fact that there's a cyclical downturn. We've had one in 2008, 2009. We had the dot-com bubble burst in 2000, 2001. We had the 90s recessions, the 80s recessions. We're going to have those all the time. And these dominant firms, like other firms, are going to have relatively rougher time. But that doesn't say anything about this evolution that we see, which is a long-term evolution. Some more recent firms like Facebook, Meta, that were from the early 2000s, but some were from the 70s. They've had a very steady path of growth. So it's a big concern in terms of policy what to do with the cyclical downturn. But I think we should be wary not to give up, to look at this situation as it is. And I agree with Eliana that the platforms, they are different from the railways, for sure, but in a way that permits them to dominate their market even more, in the sense that they have much more information. If you look at a stock exchange, well, the price revelation is about really the price of one share. Now, many of the platforms have really very detailed information of every person using the platform, which is way superior than even Hayek could have imagined in terms of the value of information in an economy. Now, that superiority of that information in the hands of one platform is precisely what allows this platform to exert that dominant position. And I think that even Meta might be interested in regulation, because I ran a poll on Twitter, and you can only have 4 options. So I had Apple, I had Google, I had Meta, and I had, who's my 4th one? I didn't have Microsoft.
Microsoft, Amazon.
Oh, Amazon, that's right. And so I asked, doomsday scenario, there's going to be takeovers or even just organic growth, and only one's going to survive. Meta came 4th. Okay, so the winner was Google. So I think it's even in the interest of Meta to have some regulation to avoid that there's going to be, potentially more consolidation. And I mean, I think the force is so strong at the moment, precisely because this information content, which is so powerful. And I want to come back to what I said in the beginning. You guys do amazingly good things. You're very dynamic. You're extremely innovative. But you're at the same time also, I call this the hero of the economy, but you're also the villain of the economy, in the sense that you stop competitors entering for a good reason. You have nearly 80% of the social network market.
Jan, on that point, I want to pick up here, and I want to throw this out to the audience and the virtual audience as well. Let's ask in a poll, let's get out your smartphones, and we want to know from you on menti.com. Again, the code is here, 344449. Do the superstar firms, do they do more harm than good? Because that was essentially the discussion in the first 10 minutes of this panel. Do superstar firms do more harm than good? More good? For example, they create new jobs, new technologies. Do they do more harm? For example, wage inequality, fewer startups, or they do as much good as harm? I'll give you, it doesn't show up? Okay, let's try this again when we
While we talk.
have that fixed. I mean, do we talk too much about the negatives of big tech and the market power? Because all the positives, for example, all the great features and most people love their iPhone, and most people love a quick Google search, and most people love a good Amazon delivery because it's fast. It made our lives better. That isn't adequately reflected in GDP, for example, is it?
Look, I think it would be inane for anyone to deny that they do a lot of good. I think I don't deny it. Nobody does. I think that every regulator I've ever heard speaking is starting with the recognition that there is a lot of value which is being created and generated. Okay, this is accepted. The issue is we need to also look at the potential for doing things which are problematic in terms of making markets work. And there is the dimension of it which has got to do with political influence and political power. Let's not forget it. This is very closely associated with all of this. The reason why you don't see regulation coming forth in the US is because these companies have been incredibly effective lobbying on the Hill and killing regulation in its foreseeable form. I don't know if it is going to be revived, but there is no question that this has been very much the product of incredibly strong lobbying. Look at the drama that or the fun we are all having with Twitter just now, today, this week. People are sort of on Twitter kind of going back and forth and saying, shall I switch to Mastodon? Ah, yes, I'm switching to Mastodon. Yes, it's complicated. If there was interoperability and if there were interoperability rules that extended to social networks and they hadn't been killed at the legislation level by the platforms themselves and not stopping at iMessaging, then we probably would be able to move our followers from Twitter to Mastodon. At the moment, we have to just tell them individually, oh, come with me on Mastodon, because these things have been killed at the point at which the law was being done.
I will come back to that point. Just want to show you the results of the poll. 46% of you say the dominant firms are doing more harm than good. 21% of you say more good. 33% as much good as harm.
Yeah, fair enough.
46%, that is a pretty big number, given that we have been using their products for a long, long time, but obviously we know that they're the negatives as well. Because you brought up Twitter, we have to talk about it for a second here, because we know that Elon Musk, he's fired around, I guess, 50% of the workforce. He's bringing some of them back, I read this morning, because he realizes, hey, I still need some of you. But he has fired,
priceless.
He has fired some of the top managers who are in charge of the fight against misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. How worrisome is that, and is that something that the DSA can actually deal with?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, people, I think, in Silicon Valley don't feel very strongly that they need to care about what happens in Europe. If something doesn't happen on the Hill, it doesn't just happen. And so I think that Europe can say we can flex and agitate, but I don't know if this is going to make a real difference. What happens over there is really real. And unless something happens in Washington, my perception is that the view is we'll manage it, which is the whole problem with digital regulation. My sense is that it is incredibly well-intentioned, it is well-meaning, we're better off having it than not, it will be managed. It won't change things fundamentally.
Ileana, your view on this?
On Twitter, or?
On Twitter, the effectiveness of the DSA, because that's essentially why it's coming into force.
I think that the DSA is one of the instruments where I would say most platforms, so there is a problem definition that's right. I think platforms and regulators will agree on content, what the problems with content are. Unlike the DMA. So I think the DSA, there's these agreements about what's the most effective way to moderate, what's the most effective way to maintain integrity of products and safety and so on. So I think it's just, I think it's not possible to have a social media app or service without moderation. I think it's just not possible. So I think something will be done, whether it's because of the DSA, I don't know. I think its interests are somewhat aligned there. Now, there can be different views of what the content is that needs to be moderated, that is a question no one wants to solve, not even regulators. And so the discussion will continue about, and I think it's going to be a never-ending discussions about how do we regulate public discourse with a lot of trial and error, but it will have to be moderated. You can't leave social media without moderation. It's my opinion. I don't think anybody, if you try, you'll lose your product, I think.
We've got a question in the audience here. Ernst, can we get a microphone? Yep, it's on the way.
Well, as economists, we are used to thinking trade-offs. So, and you have all mentioned the trade-offs. So, the companies do a lot of good, but there are also serious negative side effects. And the question is, how can we contain the bad things without destroying too much of the good things? And I have here two proposals that I would like you to discuss. So one is on privacy, and the other one is on the necessity that people have to identify themselves. Let me start with the latter. So, I mean, you mentioned moderation, so clearly there should be some form of moderation to get the public discourse in a more civilized way done. But the other thing is also, what about imposing the obligation that these social media companies need to identify to make sure that the people who are active are showing up as the people what they are. So if you are active on Twitter, everybody should know it's Jan Eeckhout or Christina Caffarra, and that alone could solve a part of it. It doesn't solve everything, but it solves part of it because the unrestrained, people are so unrestrained when they can act anonymously. And when you take away that opportunity to act anonymously, then reputational concerns play a role, and I think that could help. And we have had reputation used for civilizatory purposes all the time in human evolution. The other thing is, what about imposing a standard of privacy that is inalienable? You know that I hate it when I open a web page and and everybody hates it, you know, you get all these questions and you have to ask whether you agree. I think the government should oppose a standard, and the standard should involve, they can't spy on me. I mean, if the government in the old times was wanting to listen to my phone, or they had to go to a judge and ask, can I do this? Now the internet companies, they can follow me on the internet and know what I'm doing with their cookie policies. That should just be forbidden, period. This is, there are certain inalienable rights that should be imposed, and that would also solve a big part of the privacy problem. So, third point is, what do you think of the Digital Service Act and the Digital Markets Act? Will it have an effect, or will it just be good intentions?
Okay. On your first point, Ernst, there is I think there's a report in the FT saying that the verification process of Twitter will only take effect after the midterms, because before that there might be too big of a risk. So that's an excellent point there.
But it's not up to Twitter whether they want to verify. It is a duty they have to fulfill, the verification of the individuals, and that has to be a duty. And then people have to act as the people they are, and then their reputation is at stake. I mean, I know that doesn't inhibit some people of claiming stupid things and engaging in a very uncivilized discourse, but it discourages many people.
Who wants to go first?
I'd like to say something about the data and the surveillance discourse, just to set a little bit the record straight here. So digitalization and the digital economy is about connection and information. There is no digital economy without data. That's what it does. It's agglomerate information for actionable purposes. The question of personal data, so And data is not something that's there, that you just pick up, oh, that's data is mine. Data is when you have a business model and you like to get information that is relevant for a decision, you decide the type of information that you need and you put a capture method to capture that signal that you feed then into your algorithms. No one's looking at the data. No one knows, the data gets captured, collected. I mean, you can call it, via a sensor, an act, a software. It picks up an action. That signal is fed into an algorithm that has predictive purposes. The predictive purpose depends on your business model. In the case of an advertisement, is the person going to click? Is the person going to convert and buy? But no one's following what a particular person is doing. It is not manipulative. It's not trying to change you. It's trying to make a prediction about what is the content you're most likely to react to. So if an advertisement is meant to, the algorithm is meant to place the advertisement in front of the person that is more likely to value it. That's what data in advertisement does. I think it is very unlikely that we go into a world with uninformed ads anymore. I think targeted ads are here to stay because they're efficient. They are the lifeline of small businesses. When you're a small business and you don't have money for television and you don't have money for big campaigns on billboards, you have targeted ads that are very cheap and allow you to target the right people. I mean,
although iOS the changes made it a lot more expensive, which is why the Facebook model is coming under pressure.
Yes, so now but that's not regulation, so that's Apple in particularly, who is developing and entering the advertisement space, and so cutting the access to signals to third parties, but not to themselves. And so that has hurt the ability of advertisers like Meta, but not only, to target properly. And so that has the efficiency of ads has decreased with an enormous impact on developers and people who use those ads.
Mm-hmm. Jan, do you want to comment?
Sure. I mean, first to come back on the point that Ernst made and also that Eliana brought up, I think in general self-regulation does not work. I mean, we need some independence of regulation, because if it's self-regulation, sure, you can do a lot of good with self-regulation, but you also have a particular self-interest, and I think that's important for the availability of data. This for what kind of ads you can run. I mean, I don't particularly find it exciting that my daughter gets an advertising for ice cream when she splits up with her boyfriend. So and this is targeted advertising. It's clear that the advertisers, they really want that, but maybe if society decides this is not exactly how we want to run this. Now, the other point that Ernst brought up is, will the DMA and the DSA, will they have bite? And I think, there's a lot to be criticized about this legislation, but I think it's extremely advanced for the situation, and I think it's extremely positive. It has a lot of potential, but whether it will work will depend on how this potential will actually be realized ultimately in the courts. And we see regulation that has the potential to rein in the power of some of these practices, but whether that will happen will also depend on whether the authority, in the case of the EU, the DG Comp, will have enough resources to go against the companies on the other side who have the interest to maintain certain practices that would be reined in by the DMA. And so I think that there's a really important point in terms of it's not just the legislation, we also need the enforcement. And I always made a comparison, if you look as economists, the comparison between the independence of a central bank. Okay, we estimate the cost of inflation to be 0.5% of GDP. We spend both in Europe and in the US about 5 billion on the central bank to get this done. If we look at the equivalent of the cost of market power, we estimate it, and other people estimate this to be around 8% of GDP. So this is 16 times bigger. We spend about 500 million on enforcement, and we have someone who's been in the enforcement. I'm sure that Joaquin Almunia would have liked to have many more resources to do what they needed to do.
So now, you mean, sorry, just to clarify, an independent body that would enforce, or that would be sort of the central bank of competition?
Well, I mean, the competition authority, I think with more resources, we'll be able to enforce the existing legislation much better. Now, what the DMA and the DSA is, in a sense, is much more ex-ante regulation than really antitrust enforcement. And I think that's part of the same package to basically ultimately create competition. Competition doesn't come for free. I mean, even Adam Smith made this very clear. You know, the reason why competition works is if you basically have enough entry. And this is the thing that we're missing at the moment.
So we talked about antitrust, the complement regulation, which is being sharpened. Joaquin before talked about the nuclear option, really, breaking up big companies. Should Meta be broken up?
Well, so in general, I say we should not break up companies because the main reason what we see in the data, it's all about scale. The bigger you are, the more efficient you are. You want to maintain that. If you ask about Meta, well, they should never really have merged or allowed the merger between Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Okay, you know, I know that your boss Zuckerberg still says he wants to scramble the eggs to make sure that they can't be undone anymore, but that's really like a standard kind of mergers and acquisitions growth. But most of the companies take in a Google or an Apple or an Amazon, even though they make acquisitions and merge with other companies, really their growth is organic. And that shows that the reason why they're so dominant is because there's really scale in these businesses. And if you have scale, you don't want to split them up. You don't want to have two railway lines next to each other. What you want is you want to have different companies operating on the same railway line. And I think we've talked earlier about interoperability. That's the way to go.
Can I answer your 3 questions quickly? So 1, do we need verification and does it help? I think it's desirable, but Elon is selling it for $8, right? To all and sundry. So if you're willing to pay $8 a month, you're verified. You've got a blue tick. So where is that going? I am not sure. 2, privacy. We have privacy regulation. It's GDPR. It's not perfect. It's not great. It's not enforced. And it's not taken seriously by the antitrust regulators who do not see privacy as a companion force. They sort of say, we do market power here, and we do privacy over there, and we don't talk to each other very much. And so you have the million of, or the number of dispersed privacy regulators fighting the big guys with plastic knives because nobody's basically paying any attention. So privacy is not enforced, and antitrust isn't paying enough attention to how privacy could contribute to enforcing against market power. Is the DMA going to be effective? I am in favor of the DMA. I'm very pessimistic about what it can achieve. I think it is great regulation that is going to tackle possibly certain aspects of the disparity in bargaining power between a very dominant platform and its dependents. So if you don't want Amazon to be nasty to the sellers and you don't want Apple to be nasty to the developers, that is the kind of stuff that can be achieved. True contestability and true dispersion or true challenge to the power is not going to be achieved through that. In addition to which, this is going to be a regulation that's going to be very carefully managed by these companies over the next few years with challenges in Luxembourg and so on. Nada de nada is going to happen on the ground. Last point, should we break people up? Yeah, I think targeted breakups, for sure.
So the companies like Meta that have seen too many mergers, but not necessarily, let's say, eBay, which grew organically, is that the way to go?
No. So I agree with both, indeed, I think Eliana and Jan, that you don't take Google and break it up into Moogle, Frugal, Dougal, Lugal. I mean, it makes no sense. You need to carve out a tech. You need to carve out YouTube. You need to carve out bits that actually contribute to the market power. Fortunately, regulators are beginning to think more about ecosystems now. We're moving away from this narrow view that we have to define relevant markets and blah, blah, which is totally useless. And we need to think about the levers that are made available to companies with different positions in different markets and how they can flex them. And so, sometimes these things contribute to the moat. They are self-reinforcing, and to do targeted breakout is useful. Will it happen? No.
Mm-hmm. Now comes the defense.
So yeah, no, I mean, first of all, the breaking up of Meta. My question is, what is it that you think you're going to get by separating Facebook from Instagram that you don't already have in the market.
Competition for advertising.
No, they're all already apps. I mean, you have Snap, you have TikTok, you have Be Real. Be Real just got, it's a startup already, I don't know, 50 million users in 1 year, 60 million funding round this year. People are putting money in social media.
But Eliana, you have 80% of the market, of the advertising market.
Well, it depends how you define. I mean, we go to
market
we have
definition.
100%.
Do a snip test.
We have a whole complaint in front of the FTC. I don't know how many pages when we're dominant, and TikTok is not there. It's not meant. It's not in our market according to the FTC. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous. And so, yeah, of course, it's 80% of what? If it's, do we have 100% of Facebook users? Yes. You know, and so at some point you have to be a little bit more reasonable, and we face a lot of unreasonable analytical concepts here. There are, you have to understand, Instagram uses the common meta ad infrastructure, the common meta graph tools, the common meta technology. Had Instagram not been there, it's Instagram without that. Instagram without that is probably something that looks like Snap. It's probably something that looks like any other app that's there, and which are growing and are receiving investments. But I don't know that you get a transformation of the world by breaking up. In this particular case, you would lose the technology of Instagram or wherever the technology stays, right? On the effectiveness of the DMA, we don't know what, I mean, as I said, I think the big problems, and as you see it too, Christina, is really what the conversation is about, is business users on the platforms want more. They want a better deal. That's what the conversation really is going to come down to. That's what the complaints were about. And where that settles, we don't know. The DMA goes a little bit further, but imposing some remedies that are going to be costly to the point that and this is my personal view, so no company position, but from the experience, you will lose some products. Not potentially entire apps, but there are features that are going to go away because it's just not worth it to silo.
But what about competition coming in with new products? How about that idea?
At the end of the day, it will all depend on the level of interoperability, obviously, and also opening up of maybe internet protocols at some point. We have a lot of questions here. Let's get a mic.
I have one question regarding the effectiveness of antitrust policy and antitrust institutions. We looked at it separately as if it is in the vacuum. It is not a matter of political economy of this antitrust policy. How much resources they get depends on the policymakers deciding about the budget for those institutions. So the issue becomes more political. Who are the winners and losers of a very specific antitrust policy in a specific context? That is one question. The other one is very simple. I have a naive question to our colleague from Facebook, which is the business model of Facebook. We pay with data. The users pay the services with our personal data. My question is, what would it be if we pay with cash for our services, like we pay for bread or something else? So this is that would somehow mitigate some of the issues of privacy and the likes. I pay for using Facebook, a fee, whatever, about price policy. This is important. What is really important is the basic issue behind it. We do that for instance, for a newspaper. I pay for my NZ set a certain amount per year, and I got the. Why can't we pay for the services with cash for those companies?
Can I take that one? So, because then it's not digital services. So you pay the newspaper with cash. So let me say, you don't pay digital services with data. You get digital services that are built with data. If you don't give the data, you don't get the digital service as it exists today. You'll get the equivalent of a newspaper delivered on your computer, but you don't get the digital service that you get today without data. Data is an input. It's not, you can't have the service without the data. So that's a correction. So you're not paying with your data, you're providing data to get the data analyzed, processed, and get the service back. That's how it works. So if you say, well, but I want a service that is very similar to this, but without the data, then they'll get a service that is not going to be similar to this. You know, if you have a product that is advertisement without targeting, or a service, whichever digital service you can think of, smart home, smart appliance, your home device, without any personalization, it will be a very different experience, and probably one that you will like less. You know, you may say, okay, but they don't have my data, but over time, I mean, there's a reason why it's personalized, is because people actually appreciate it. And so that's a misconception a little bit about data. Now, the other thing that you have about paying, social media particularly, if you want to optimize for the value of the service, the optimal optimization is advertisement. Any digital service that is built on user content and on user participation does not, I mean, decreases value if they charge. You want to incentivize people connecting, you want to incentivize people participating. The optimal monetization tool is advertisement. Now, if you make it fee-based, you lose half of your participant or more. People are going to be offline. The entire value of the service decreases. And that's kind of, you won't see any social network-based app that charges user.
But sorry, that is a business model choice that has been made by the digital platforms themselves originally because they wanted to effectively push adoption. And that's sensible enough if you want to push adoption at the beginning of time and you think, am I going to make it free to use or am I going to charge money? Well, guess what? Free to use is more going to facilitate adoption. And we're going to charge on the advertising side. It isn't God-given. It isn't the unique way of doing things. Now we are in a world in which we continue to use these things for free. I think you're making a distinction without a difference. Of course, it is a simplification to say we pay without data. Okay, we don't pay literally without data, but the point is the data is harvested, combined, used to generate digital advertising, which is hyper-targeted. And so there is a question there about whether we really think that that's what we want to see with all the attendant sort of downsides of that model. But I think to say that this is optimized for advertising, well, I mean, maybe you make more money. It isn't necessarily better for society.
It's not optimized for advertising. What I said is that monetization through advertisement is the optimal monetization strategy for a social network service.
Yeah,
which is
profit
the ones that
maximized.
If you charge for a social network service, you don't have a universal social network, you have a club. So people will pay that particularly want to have a closed group, and the payment is what signifies your intent to be in that group. It's a completely different product, which I'm not saying it's a bad product. It's just a different product. And so those are the things. When I say platforms are an organization, price is an incentive. And the way you build the rules and the way you monetize is meant to produce a certain type of ecosystem. And not everything is compatible with everything. Not everything is compatible with interop. Not everything, and that's what people need to think about very hard.
I want to get to 2 more audience questions. If we have time, please keep it brief. There's a...
Sure. Hi. So it's interesting, the consumers, or the people in the room seem to think that digital platforms, yes, do more harm than good, but having worked for many years on this myself, often with Christina, that number, in my view, should be much, much higher. So I have a comment for Eliana and then a question for Christina and Jan. So the comment is, yeah, I agree with you, actually, that the analogy between analog and digital is very different. And that's, I think, helped digital platforms fly under the radar for a very long time. One of the ones is things are free. That doesn't mean that zero is not the right price. If I had property rights over my privacy, Digital platforms would pay for it. If I didn't want to give it, I would get less. If I was willing to give more, I would get more, and you would get even more user-generated content because people are paying. The flip side is not only are they dominant, but the access to data gives them discriminatory power. So unlike in analog worlds, they're discriminatory monopolists or discriminatory dominant firms. And then on top of this, they're able to leverage this market power into other markets. And so my conclusion is very different. I agree with your premise, but the conclusion is very different, that we need to therefore regulate. My question is for Jan and Christina. If not the DMA, then what?
Jan?
Well, I mean, let's first work to make DMA work. I mean, let's not bury it. I mean, I'm with Christina that I'm not 100% optimistic, but I think it's all we have, and it's, I think, our one shot. Because if that doesn't work, it's going to be much harder to go to the next round. The first question that we haven't talked about is, it's going to get harder and harder with time because there's a vicious circle. The more dominant the position you have, the more profits you generate, the more resources there are to influence policy, and the more policy is influenced, the more dominant you are. And you keep going. And I think, it's one of the few shots we have, I think the only one. So let's try and go for it.
Look, I keep saying for the 10th time, I don't say that the DMA is a bad idea. I think it's better that we have it than we don't. But think about what problem we're trying to solve. If we're trying to solve the problem that says you're a little bit unfair, you're a little bit self-preferencing here and there, you're a little bit doing things that are a little unfair with the other guys, sure. Okay? A rule that says do not self-preference can help you there. If you're trying to say, I want to see challenges to this structure, which is grotesquely monopolized, it isn't going to come from there. It isn't going to come from there in any way, shape, or form, because this is not going to create a challenge to Apple, a challenge to Amazon. I mean, Facebook can commit suicide of its own accord, but the rest aren't going anywhere, from my perspective. And this is the question, really. What is it that we're trying to solve for? Maybe we don't need to solve for more. I mean, and we coexist with these levels of market power, checking it a little bit at the edges for the rest of time. But I'm not very optimistic that we can curb the market power in a way that is meaningful. At the edges.
Final question, very brief, please.
Yes, very brief. I would just like to add on from the questions of Professor Fair, who talked about privacy and talked about user identification. I think liability is probably also something that one should talk about, especially if you talk about these social media platforms. Since a regular newspaper is liable for what it publishes, Facebook and these platforms say we are just a platform providing the information, but you're not really liable. Isn't liability really a concept that should be much more enforced for spreading misinformation, that companies that do that would be liable for the damage they do? I mean, it might be difficult to enforce in reality, but I think this concept needs to be seriously considered. We are aware of the problems in our countries, in the Western countries, but there's a lot of information and wrong information spread in countries where the moderation that the lady has pointed out is so important is probably not enforced. Have you been moderating in Burma when there was a lot of misinformation against the Rohingya spread that led to millions of people driven out of the country? These are important questions, I think, that we should regulate this liability.
So the first question was whether there should be liability for sharing data?
For posting wrong information.
For posting wrong information. Well, that's what liability as in, okay, the current legislative framework forces a platform to take down and take the measures so that when there is a inappropriate content, and one that gets flagged, then it gets taken down. Now, whether there can be a law that says you have to take down wrong information, I think you have to define what wrong information is. And then we go into the eternal debate of what is, your misinformation is somebody else's truth. That's what we see in the US, right? The country is divided. Meta in particular is accused on both sides of favoring the other. Ideally, yes, but it's just very difficult to do because it's very hard to define. Outside of the extremes that are easy to identify, there's a big gray zone that I think will never make everybody happy.
I want to thank everyone for this discussion, for your questions, your comments as well. You're released from the hot seat. Thank you so much, everyone. Coffee break, and then we'll continue with the next disputation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We want to continue the discussion from before the break. Now we want to zoom out a little bit. We want to talk about how to save the market economy. And that, I guess, poses that the market economy is broken. So how do we fix it? How do we still give the right incentives to reward innovation? How big should the power of the state be? And what do we do about income inequality? So lots of topics that we want to discuss over the next hour or so. Once again, we want to thank you for your inputs. Keep them coming, please. First, we're going to kick off with short statements from the panelists. We've got here Christa Franz, the chairman of the board of directors at Roth. Also, Isabel Martinez, she's a researcher at the Koch Economic Institute of the ETH. She's also a member of the Swiss Competition Authority, Eeckhout. She has, in collaboration in the past, written a paper for the UBS Center focusing on income inequality or equality in Switzerland. Last but not least, I've got with me to my left Martin Schmalz, professor of finance and economics at the Oxford Side Business School. Christoph, take it away.
Yeah, hello everybody. Thanks first of all for the invitation. It's a pleasure to share some thoughts with you, and obviously myself coming from the industry, I'm more the pragmatic look on market economy, its strengths and weaknesses. I think I want to focus, and that may not be a surprise given the fact that I'm currently involved in an industry which is based on innovation. So the role of innovation in order to maintain a vibrant market economy, I think, cannot be underestimated. And I'm very positive with regards to the impact of competing in market economy, because it is not a static concept, but a very dynamic concept, and it's not a centralized approach where some central wisdom is able to decide about what is a fair distribution of wealth, or which industry should we focus on, where should we put subsidizes, as we see this now in more and more countries with regard to kind of an industry politics. I'm always very skeptical about these kind of decisions, because I do not feel that, at least myself, I would be able to take really good decisions in the end. And the opposite is a decentralized discovery process where many solutions, where many ideas are competing, and it's the demand and potential customers deciding what is going to be successful and what is less successful. Obviously, we have to make sure that there is an appropriate regulation in order to allow for this competition to happen, and we do not see market economy as a kind of a concept on its own and nothing else around. It's a part of society, so also our societal expectations will interact with the mechanisms of market economy, for example, when it comes to income and wealth distribution. So we have to make sure that what is happening in the market economy in the end is also characterized by kind of a fairness. And but still, I think there are convincing examples about the strength of market economy, and let me just share two of them. One is clearly what happened during COVID-19. Because if we look what really has helped us to overcome this global pandemic, it's not government regulation, but it's the triangle of innovation, how I call it, consisting of vaccines, consisting of medicines, and consisting of tests. And the discovery and the capability to ramp up from 0 to billions of, let's say, vaccines in a very short period of time. That is exactly what has helped us to be back to a situation which I would call close to normal right now. And this success was not triggered by, for example, state subsidies to do research and development. And a good example is the mRNA technology, which is at the basis of many vaccines. And these many vaccines actually, there were more than 200 candidates of vaccines which have developed. 10 could be expected to lead to a kind of a medical success, and probably half of these 10, 5 of them are also commercial success. And when we look at the German example of BioNTech with an mRNA-based vaccine, a global success, and on the same technology there was another German company, CureVac, and this was a total write-off. Also mRNA vaccine. So even with the same technology, you are not prone for success, and that is something we should keep in mind when it comes to creating the right incentive. I think, first of all, let's make sure that competition prevails, so we really have competition, and the second element is, as a second means of incentive, is a patent system which is rewarding innovation and gives you an opportunity to benefit from it for a limited number of years. So it's not a monopoly forever, it's a monopoly which will at some point in time expire, and then you either are able to replace innovation by new innovation, or you will not be able to benefit from that. What I wanted to emphasize is that innovation really helps us to bring this dynamic of the market economy to new ideas. And when we see limitations, challenges, for example, with regard to our society, I'm convinced that by distributing what is existing will not help us out. Then we will only have societal struggles. Who gets more, the bigger part of the cake. But what we have to do is focusing on basically increasing the size of the cake, and let's innovate us out of that situation.
Thank you so much, Isabel. Sure. That's his, actually.
I'm sorry. There it is. Thank you. So I'll have 2 points that I'd like to say about how to save the market economy. I think free markets are of great merit. So free market mechanisms are incredibly efficient ways to allocate scarce resources under certain conditions. And among others, the conditions that we need is that there are multiple players, and that is both on the demand and the supply side, and that we don't have one player that is so powerful that it can dominate the market. And again, both on the demand and the supply side. You don't want to have one single consumer to dictate the price, just as much you don't want to have one single firm to dictate the price. Now, who looks after competition? We have the guardians of competitive markets, and these are the competition authorities. Now, competition authorities have historically a lot of experience and knowledge when it comes to product markets. Now, today we've already been talking about some of the challenges ahead in this area. Think about, we have heard also about killer acquisitions, and that these often fly under the radar of competition authorities when a big firm like Facebook buys a startup or something like that. But I think these are challenges that everybody is aware of, but where the authorities, the regulator, does have a toolkit that they're used to using. It's very different when we talk about labor markets, and there's more and more concern about market power in labor markets, where we're not talking about monopolies, but monopsonies. And I think there, the issue is that the authorities are much less used to even operate in this market, to even regulate this market, again, for historical reasons. I think we're going to hear much more about this from Eric Posner, but I also think that going forward in the future, this will be part of where we're going to see more activity from the competition authorities, also because this is a hot topic among the competition authorities. My impression is that nobody is so sure yet about how to tackle these issues. But of course, it's of huge importance when we talk about inequality, because market power in labor markets can mean that wages are compressed, and this is particularly problematic when wages of those at the lower end of the distribution are compressed. The other thing that concerns me is the new relationship that between the government and the private sector. We have more and more, we have these issues of too big to fail. We got used to this term in the financial crisis, but now we're hearing it when it comes to energy suppliers. You could also think of situations where a vaccine producer would be too big to fail, just because that player is too important from a societal point of view, that letting such a firm go bankrupt has huge social costs. I think this is a problem. We should not even have a situation where we get such large players to begin with, because what we do then, when we bail them out, what we do is we socialize the losses of these firms, but the gains of these firms were private. And you can ask yourself how sustainable that is for the government. But there are also, again, concerns about fairness and inequality, because when we do this, we redistribute government money to very big, powerful players. It's not typically the groups towards whom you would redistribute money. Again, it comes from the systemic point of view that these players are just too important to let them down. Now, if this is this new relationship we want to have between the private sector and the government, from a financial point of view, the question is, how sustainable is this? I think if we want to do this, if we want to ensure entrepreneurial risk and use the government as this super insurer, we need to change the rules of the game. Because that would mean we would need very progressive taxation to skim the profits in the good times, right? Because there's the question, otherwise, how do you finance this? And the nice thing is also, now we're hearing discussions about excess profit taxes ex post. This is very problematic from a legal point of view. If you have very progressive taxation, you get rid of this discussion, because basically progressive tax will collect more from these large revenues that you may create. And the firms know the tax code ex ante, so you don't create this legal insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I want to make the point that saving the market economy necessitates strengthening incentives to compete. And why is that? So a famous economist once said, capitalism without competition is like religion without God. It just doesn't work. And to have competition, you need competitive incentives. So that's the idea. This is not a new idea. So many in this room will have read Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and learned that it is not from the benevolence of the butcher and the baker or the brewer that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own self-interest. So the baker wakes up in the morning, wants to steal market share from the rival bakery across the street. And how does one do that? Well, you innovate, you make better bread, you innovate in production process, bake the bread cheaper, as to steal market share from the rival. And the rival does the same. And the result is cheaper and better tasting bread, not higher corporate profits, but cheaper and better bread. That's what we call welfare, or the wealth of nations. But we don't live in the time of Adam Smith anymore. The baker does not own the bakery. It's a publicly traded firm or a private equity-owned chain. And if the baker doesn't manage and own the bakery, you need the shareholders to push management to innovate, to compete aggressively. And the trouble is that we have arrived at a point in history that is illustrated on the slide behind me, where most firms, most important shareholders don't have incentives to push their managers to compete aggressively and maximize that individual firm's value. So to give just one example, What I have behind me is a list of the 10 largest shareholders of America's 6 largest airlines. That's as of a few years ago. And what you see is that there's quite a bit of overlap between them. So Berkshire Hathaway is Warren Buffett's investment firm. That is the largest shareholder of 3 of the 4 largest airlines, and the 3rd largest in another. And on the ranks are Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, that's the big 3 asset management firms, Fidelity, and other active managers. Now, what would happen if Delta started to drop prices, to steal market share from Southwest, or innovate, right? United tried to steal market share from Delta. Well, what would happen is prices would drop, customers would be happy. But would it make Warren Buffett happy? And the answer is obviously not, no? So Warren Buffett only gets lower revenues and total portfolio profits. Would it make Vanguard happy? And the answer is no. Would it make BlackRock happy? And the answer is no. So the question is, if it doesn't make the largest shareholders happy, why would Delta drop prices and start a price war? And the answer is, they wouldn't and they don't. Okay? So this is not rocket science. This is pretty obvious, you might say. In the words of Becky Quick at CNBC at the time, she says, you know, Warren, it does occur to me, though, if you're building up such a significant stake in all these major players, is that anything that's like monopolistic behavior? So, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Now, to be clear, the concern is not so much that the common owners of competitors would actively discourage competition between their portfolio firms. The concern is that the major shareholders don't actively encourage firms to compete aggressively. They leave them alone. That's the concern. It is not about increased incentives to collude. It is about decreased incentives to compete. It's a reduction in incentives to compete as what you would need in a market economy. So let me illustrate this final point to conclude my remarks. Let's take an airline that's been known to compete quite aggressively, again, in America. That's, I skipped a slide. Well, my point was, sorry for that. My point was, this doesn't only happen in the airlines industry, this is everywhere. This is probably obvious to most of you. Vanguard by now controls more than 10% of the average S&P 500 firm. BlackRock is not far behind, and so forth. But what I did want to illustrate is that there's exceptions to the rule. So here in the top left, you see Virgin America's ownership structure. So the largest one is Richard Branson, followed by his friends at Cyrus Capital Partners. And jointly, they essentially control the firm. But without, at the same time, holding large financial stakes in the competing airlines, as you previously saw. Okay? So there's also the odd company left. Professor Dorn called them superstar firms in the first lecture of the day. Amazon has a large shareholder, or had at the time. He's a bit smaller now. Walmart has a very large shareholder that does not own large stakes in the competitors as well. Those are the firms that compete aggressively, innovate to reduce costs, and there are side effects of that, but that describes their behavior. Now, how is it that these superstar firms' largest shareholders push management and help their firms to steal market shares from rivals? So let me show you. This here is Richard Branson putting on a flight attendant costume and lipstick to, promote Virgin America services and try to steal market share away from United and Delta Airlines. Okay? Here's the thing. I've never seen Warren Buffett do the same, or Larry Fink. And you smile, because that's absurd. It would be absurd if Warren Buffett put on lipstick, but it would be more absurd if he first did it at Delta Airlines to steal away market share from United, then did it at United to steal market share away from Delta. Well, but that's the counterfactual, no? That every company would be owned by one large player that does not own stakes in the competitors and pushes the firms to compete aggressively. So, with few exceptions, in public equity markets, the baker and the butcher no longer have incentives to compete as aggressively as in the textbook, as in Adam Smith's textbook case, because their owners simply don't have an interest in stealing market shares from rivals. So if we want to save the market economy, we have to find a way for the owners of corporations to have an interest in caring about the particular firm again, with the same vigilance and dedication as Adam Smith's butcher and baker. And if we don't do that, then we need to stop complaining about the market economy not delivering on its promise, because it never promised to work without the right incentives. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of interesting insights, and we'll try and connect all the dots. But Isabel, I want to pick up on what you were talking about, the role and the relationship between the private sector and the government. And this panel is called How to Save the Market Economy. You could argue that we haven't really had a normal market economy for the better part of the last 3 to 5 years. Why? Because we've unfortunately been through a number of crises. COVID, energy crisis. What I want to know from you, get your smartphones out, how big should the role of the state really be? We've got a couple of questions for you in the Menti. Should the state shield consumers and businesses from all risks? Get the code, 344449. Should the state shield consumers and businesses from all risk? Yes, this is the most important task a state has. No, otherwise businesses and consumers develop a zero-risk attitude. In German, we have a great word for this, Vollkasko-Mentalität. I don't know if there's an English translation for that. Or no, it distorts competition in the single market, as we had discussed earlier on today with Joaquin. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to make your selections. Okay, it's pretty clear. 2/3, 65% believe no, otherwise businesses and consumers develop a zero-risk attitude. Competition, much less of a factor here, but still 30% of you are concerned about the anti-competitive effects this might have. Christoph, we're still doing it though. In every crisis, every government is doing it. They're trying to shield their consumers and the businesses from the pain. Should they continue to do that?
Yeah, it's difficult for me to answer because if the Swiss government would have shielded Swissair from going bankrupt, I wouldn't be sitting here. So in that sense, I'm absolutely biased. But at the time, there was a clear decision that market forces should prevail. The company had not the right reserves to survive, went bankrupt, and the government let the company go bankrupt. And then there was a second decision being taken that maybe that air transport is a kind of an essential infrastructure for a country like Switzerland, and we need something like an airline linking Switzerland to the world, particularly to also long-haul destinations, and there was a decision taken to basically invest money into it, not only government money, but so majority was not government money, but essential part of it. So in that sense, we see some cases where the collateral damage of not intervening might be very detrimental for a country at a specific point in time. But generalizing it in the sense of protecting private companies from all risks is a little bit a perverse even thinking, because it would exactly refer to what Isabel just mentioned. We would then basically privatize any kind of profit, and in the case of losses, the government would intervene. The problem is the decision when to intervene, and what are really good reasons and what are also maybe bad reasons. So the question is always, if a player in the market is disappearing, is there anybody else taking his place and offering these services, at least after maybe a certain time. And that is not easy to answer, because you need some faith in the strength of the market, basically into the incentive for others to stand up and deliver this kind of supply.
But you point out a very important question. At what point does the government step in? What is the right threshold in a way? Is that when, for example, social peace is threatened, as could have been the case in Europe this winter if energy bills are too high? Is that when the government steps in? Or is it stepping in to make sure that everyone has a basic standard of living or a basic level of profitability? Isabel?
I think the issue is when we're talking about the energy supply for this winter, the government was stepping in not because, in Switzerland at least, because it was concerned about individuals' monthly bills, but because it was concerned about whether there would be enough supply for the economy. So these are two different things. It wasn't meant to like alleviate the pain for the individual households. So we're talking about really saving big companies. But yes, they are essential for the functioning of the whole economy. Now, where's the threshold? Well, obviously, once you're at this point, you don't want to run the train against the wall. Mm-hmm. The question is a little bit, how do we get there? How did we end up in a situation where we do have a few crucial companies that, if they go bankrupt, we are in a situation where we say we don't know how to run the economy this winter because everybody needs electricity.
Mm-hmm. Martin, so I guess, is it down to the big utilities of this world? Is it down to an airline? You know, at what point do we decide, okay, this company is actually, or this sector is too big to fail? Do we step in when one of the big tech companies is in trouble because it is essentially too big to fail? Your thoughts?
Well, I think one question is at what point the government steps in. The other question is how they step in and what they do, right? So suppose the concern is about individual households being able to pay for the groceries and the energy bill. Well, you can either take out taxes from fossil fuels, or you can make a lump sum transfer but keep the incentives for energy saving the same. And I think much of the discussion in the last few months in the public domain and between economists and the public was about how to preserve the incentives to save, while at the same time also being able to alleviate rising inequalities.
Mm-hmm. As we talk about incentives, so you made the point, the industry that you're currently in, the pharma industry, very, very much needs those incentives to innovate. And Roche is one of the top spenders when it comes to R&D. I think you usually top the league table. 14 billion Swiss francs is what you usually spend on that. But now we're seeing new regulation out in the US. There's also talk about the government being able to set lower prices in Switzerland. The Inflation Reduction Act tells you that the government can now negotiate the drug prices. Does that still give you the right incentives to keep on innovating and spending all that money on R&D?
Yeah, we'll definitely have the right incentives. The only question is how much do we spend on research innovation and what does society expect as speed of medical innovation? That is the question, because if we do not get the innovation premium, which is adequate to invest more than 20% of our sales into R&D, then we will adapt. I think we should not underestimate our capability of adapting, and we do this, for example, by adapting our R&D spending, but I think a very important element is that companies, and not only big companies, we are in the end acting on a global scale. So whenever the conditions in one country are deteriorating, we will maybe shift resources to other countries. And that is always also the problem. If we think about markets, market regulation, etc., we are thinking very much in terms of national markets. And we should keep in mind that for us it's a very dynamic exercise. So if we, for example, introduce progressive taxation, we can do this. Actually, we have in most countries progressive taxation, depends on the level now, but if taxes are getting too high, we will shift our business to other countries, or there are elements like patent boxes or whatever. So there are ways and means to adapt. And that is something which is also important for regulation to keep in mind, this kind of staying competitive on a global scale.
Mm-hmm. When it comes to innovation, you've done a lot of research on this. One paper stands out to me. It is the paper called The Bright Side of Common Ownership, and relating back to what you were talking about in your little statement before, usually you would think, and as you pointed out, there are negative effects emanating from common ownership. With regards to innovation, why is that the bright side? How can this solve the problem of anti-competitive behavior?
Yeah, thanks very much. I was also tickled by his comment on innovation. Biotech, of course, is not exactly known to be controlled by Vanguard and BlackRock, but by entrepreneurs who don't particularly care about stealing market share. In this case, the issue was that a new market was created for a vaccine that didn't exist previously. Now, the paper you mentioned makes the point that, in theory, one could imagine that common ownership could have a bright side. Namely, a usual problem in innovation is that one firm says, if I invest money right now to come up with this technology, but others free ride because there's no patent system that would protect the innovation, if there's a technological spillover, we call it, well, then the firm will underinvest. It doesn't have the incentives because it won't reap the entire benefits, because other firms might free ride. Come to the rescue the common investors of all the firms, because they don't care which firm does the investing, which firm does the reaping innovation part. Which is, by contrast to the innovation I was mentioning in the airlines, where you say, look, if I come up with a cheaper production process, that has just the effect that I steal market share from a rival, that doesn't really affect portfolio profits. So theoretically, the effect could go either way, and it depends on whether the technology spillovers are more important or these product market effects. Now, that was all theory. The problem is, we haven't been able to find a lot of evidence for the notion that common ownership would increase innovation, even in the cases where you would imagine it to happen. So there's a question mark at the end of the title of that paper.
There should be 2 question marks then.
So we really tried. We're not done yet. We might be able to find some if we squeeze really hard, but for the moment, the evidence has been hard to come by that common ownership would help with innovation.
Okay, we'll wait for further research. Staying in the pharma sector for a little bit, and then I want to move on and get the audience involved. Obviously, there was so much investment that went into the mRNA by Pfizer, BioNTech. It worked in those cases, as you pointed out. In other cases, it did not work. And then the WTO waived those patents for the emerging markets. That's a big, big setback, isn't it?
Sorry?
That's a big setback. The WTO waiving certain patents for the emerging markets.
Yeah, we feel definitely that this is a big step back, because the first thing is it doesn't help to provide faster access to vaccines. So it would, if there is a problem, the logic is the patent is preventing people to get fast access to vaccines. It's simply not true, full stop. I don't go into the detail, it's not true. And now we have this patent waiver coming up, and yeah, who should take risky decisions, like, let's say, the CEOs of BioNTech, which was not a big company, and for them, redirecting research capacity into development of a mRNA vaccine against COVID-19 was a super courageous entrepreneurial move linked with a lot of risk. They had a knowledge about mRNA vaccines, but not about COVID-19. They didn't know that they were successful, and they took the risk, also investing financial means. And then if you then think, as soon as you are successful, and only those who are successful, you get expropriated your patent, a very strange logic. Obviously, it does not mean that the owners of BioNTech are not willing to bring their vaccine to everybody globally who needs it. So, but in these cases, you give licenses, etc. There are other ways and means how to give access to everybody. And actually, the problem is not the patent. The problem is that we are now having, I think, 19 billion vaccines this year, and 2 years ago, 0. And there is it's a little challenge to ramp up manufacturing from 0 to 19 billion. And it is exactly what has happened. And it was the market economy with all the incentives being successful in this respect.
I just wanted to observe that. Here is a manager of a firm who actually cares about that particular firm's welfare. and who gets understandably upset at essentially getting expropriated and the patents not getting enforced. This is by stark contrast to the institutional investors that own the other pharma companies who literally asked them to stop enforcing patents against each other. Okay, so all of that just to say, different ownership structures of firms have very different attitudes towards protecting innovation and encouraging innovation.
I want to stay with you for a moment because we're getting some interesting audience questions. Is the shareholder structure of the top 10 pharmaceuticals the same pattern as airlines? I don't know if you've done any work on pharmaceuticals.
I'm pretty sure he knows that better than I do. What are it?
Yeah, it is interesting to observe that Warren Buffett, for a very long time, he refused to invest one single cent into airlines. And it was only after all major American airlines had lived through Chapter 11 and had got rid of their huge debt burden, and then all of a sudden the industry consolidated, and there were only few bigger airlines with bigger networks existing, and all of a sudden that happened what every company is striving for, pricing power. Everybody wants to have pricing power, and it is limited by competition, obviously. And there was less competition in the US, and all of a sudden, whoops, the airlines were all nicely profitable, much more profitable than any European airline. And that was the moment when Warren Buffett had the insight, oh, I will invest into airlines. And we see he doesn't only invest into one airline, but several of them. And actually, a company like Lufthansa, we invested into JetBlue Airways. I was on the board of Jet. We were biggest owners. But government regulation not allowing for majority foreign ownership in a US airline prevented us from increasing our share, and then we stepped out at some point in time again. So that obviously limited competition. In the pharmaceutical industry, I think the ownership is fairly meaningless because in the end of the day, you have to make sure that you get approval for new medicines, and this is essentially due to serendipity and the intelligence of your researchers and not of any kind of ownership. The only difference is when you have a family ownership, like for example in the Roche case, then you can afford to look for the long term and thus also in times of economic crisis continue to invest into R&D, whereas let's say a company which is, has a broader shareholder base and has to comply with next month quarterly results, then you will look and cut back, for example, also meaningful R&D expenses to have a nice profit for the next quarter.
I want to take it back to the overarching theme, how to save the market economy. I've got one interesting question or a comment here that do we even have to save the economy? Couldn't we take this situation to employ a new system? Philosophical question. Isabel, what I want to get to you from your perspective is because we've talked about the impact of big tech, the rise of the superstar firms when it comes to inequality, has detrimental effects. I just want to share with you some figures from the Congressional Budget Office. They show between 1989 and 2019, the richest 1% of families increased their share of total national wealth from 27 to 34%. Families in the bottom half of the economy now hold a mere 2%. A record share of the nation's wealth remains in the hands of the nation's billionaires, and with that they have considerable sway over politics as well. So how do we fix the inequality part of the market economy?
Well, one aspect is that if you think that the high inequality in wealth especially has an influence in terms of power and influencing politics, that's one part that you would want to regulate. So how do we organize who can donate how much to what kind of campaign, to how do we finance politics in the end of the day? How much influence can lobby groups have? But then of course there's the other question, like what does it do to society if the individuals, I think it's more, in the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much how big inequality is, it's much more also about how individuals in society feel, how much they're left behind. So if you think of the protests in France, the Gilets jaunes, I think in the end of the day, it was more the result of this feeling of being left behind, where you have a wealthy elite, where in the end it doesn't matter probably so much how many euros this elite owns, but really this feeling is there, this polarization within society. So I think what you observe on Twitter is probably something that is also happening to some degree in society, and I think that's when it becomes problematic, because it has huge consequences to how our democracy works. For example, in Switzerland, we have this we participate a lot in the democratic process. But what does that mean if some people more and more feel that they're left behind? Politics are not being done considering their situation. I think this increases tension, not only on platforms like Twitter, but really also in real life.
But how do we fix it then? Is progressive taxation, is that the only way to fix inequality? Are there other measures?
So as I said, so if we want to protect the market economy, we do have the regulator there to do, I mean, the competition authorities can regulate some aspects of it. Progressive taxation, I mean, to be fair, in Switzerland, income inequality isn't as large as it's in the US, for example, by no means, but wealth inequality is high, also by international standards. There, I guess the question would more be if you want to tackle that with taxation. So we already have a wealth tax. The question would be, does it need to be more progressive? Or do we need to have an inheritance tax, something that we don't really have at the moment in Switzerland?
Mm-hmm. Martin, I think one of your papers, some of your research also focuses on the idea, should the worker have a bigger share of the profits through greater stock ownership? I know this might be too simplistic of a view of that would solve all the problems in the world, but is that one of the avenues you can have the worker participate to a much greater degree, but also, I guess, the losses then. They also participate in the losses quite substantially.
Yeah, so I have very long answers to all these questions, but it is definitely true that culturally we have quite low stock ownership in Europe, no? And almost a hostility towards market economies. And it's a more general observation here that with all the political involvement in times of crises or more generally when they want to subsidize, that's very popular. It is kind of really unpopular with large swaths of the population and definitely with shareholders to have strong market incentives. Strong market incentives don't increase profits. They actually decrease the profits but make the consumer prices cheaper. So a lot of that has to do with what is politically feasible, and I think one issue is culture, just a matter of not being friendly towards market economies in the first place. I think we also saw it in the question that asks for system change. Now, there's a political dimension to that. I'll narrow it down to the political part. So why do we want to change away from a market economy? Again, because it didn't deliver on its promise. But in that case, I'm not sure we gave it a fair shot, in the sense that with all the incentives that we distorted, it's not that we saw the outcome that was the true promise of it. Now, as a solution, if workers owned a greater share of stocks, yeah, that would give them higher returns. But on the other hand, there's a reason they don't own them, because they don't want to bear the risk. So I think the issue is more fundamental. The more fundamental issue is that if you have less than perfect competition, let's say, or even declining competition and increased profits, who benefits from that? Right? So who benefits from higher consumer prices? Well, that's the firms and their shareholders, but the shareholders tend to be the largest, so among the top part of the wealth distribution, as I said. It's not uniformly distributed. Whereas the consumers are more uniformly distributed across the population. Poor people consume not the same fraction than the rich parts, but it's more the same than the distribution of wealth and stock ownership. So yeah, if we were able to get a more uniform distribution of stock ownership, that would be great. But there's no way of doing that without.
Well, you could reform the pension system. There's talk about that in Switzerland. There's, in Germany, they're making big strides. That's a first step.
That's right. That's right. So that's one way of reforming it. The devil ends up being in the details, because you might actually end up with a system as what I showed on the slides, right? So the result of the Vanguards and BlackRocks of this world being so large is, among others, because of the US reforms of their pension systems and because of a greater willingness of the population to invest in the stock market and because of the fantastic innovation of Vanguard of offering funds for real cheap. That's why I am an investor in these funds. That's my disclosure. They're fantastic. But the problem is that what is good for shareholders is not necessarily good for society. That's only true if you have strong competition. And that's why I think at the center of much of the debate of today was how we can strengthen competition in order to lift the potential of the market economy before we have to move to system change and so forth. And the problem with system change is if you want government to take more control and, say, have more centralized control of the economy, that didn't work so well the last times we tried, right? And the reason is because you're getting rid of the incentives to compete. Now, the trouble we find ourselves right now is that you got rid of the incentives to compete because of centralized economy control, but not by the government, but by the private actors. So I think that's why we're in the situation we're in, and we hear the questions that came from the online audience.
I see a lot of questions here. We have questions in the audience as well.
Hi, you talked about how ownership influences the competitive nature and innovation. You could also look at that on a per company basis. So for example, Roche, of course, has many also competing solutions for the same medical issue. But Roche, in this case, owns all of them. Would you argue that there's also an incentive not to compete inside one of these companies if there are many competing solutions to the same problem?
I mean, yeah. If two companies compete aggressively within their own companies, I mean, to encourage innovation, sometimes you try. But as a general rule, you wouldn't expect the same level of vigorous competition within a firm than across separately owned firms.
We partially apply this thinking in our research structures by not relying on one integrated R&D organization, but we have built up several, in the end 4 autonomous research and development structures for the early research. So when you really need a broad spectrum of different ideas, because all structures, if you have one monolithic structure, you may have a very gifted head of R&D, but every gifted head of R&D has a certain, also his ideas, his preferences, and all his direct reports, they get a very good feeling, what does my boss like and what doesn't he like. So in the end, you have a certain bias in such an organization. And in the case of pharmaceuticals, you know, you might be betting on the right horse, but you also might be betting on the wrong horse. And when you bet on the wrong horse, and then all of a sudden you have spent a lot of money in your R&D structure, and nothing is coming out, you do not get approval for a new medicine, then you are shrinking because your old patents are expiring, and then you have to shrink the whole company. So it is a kind of an existential threat. And in this sense, we are betting on let many flowers flourish and have many ideas in parallel, in this sense compete also for good ideas. And only later, when it comes to big clinical trials, then it's more a kind of an execution to run these trials, and then we have one company, structure in the company doing this. But in the beginning, we are very broad, exactly with this kind of internal competition idea.
There's a question here.
Martin, you mentioned the anti-competitive effects of common ownership. What's your solution?
It's a tough one. So the short answer involves you want to have large shareholders who care sufficiently about one firm to actually invest in governance and monitor management and so forth. But you don't want these shareholders to also have huge financial stakes in the competition. Whichever detailed solution people have come up with needs to have this element that the end result has to be that the largest and most influential shareholders don't own the competition. Now, how precisely you implement that? Well, there's a very robust debate in the law journals. Some people say, look, we'll just take away the governance rights, the control rights of index funds, well, I mean, on the face of it, that would lead to some pretty large problems, because you would have the largest shareholders of a whole bunch of firms, of most of the firms, not exercise any sort of monitoring duty anymore. Okay? What you see these days in the press is the large asset managers trying to get their get themselves out of trouble by passing on the voting rights to the ultimate investors. The likely outcome of which is these voting rights won't get used. So that makes things actually worse, in the sense that you have fewer large block holders who care about that firm actually monitoring management and managing agency problems. But that doesn't take into account that this will change the entire makeup of the asset market. Because if then I, as a non-common owner, as an activist hedge fund, can buy control of a single firm with less money, well, that will change the entire equilibrium ownership structures of all the firms. And so this is, I think, where much of the hope lies in many of the proposals that have been made. And again, that's not popular. Ask any corporate manager about how much they like it when an activist hedge fund buys stakes in their firms and says, what about you start cost cutting and firing a few employees? That's not popular with the managers. It's not popular with the employees. But in some ways, it's a bit of how capitalism is supposed to work. Right? So this is where the unpopularity of the measures to strengthen the market economy come in, and which is why it's a constant fight to keep the market economy to function.
There are more questions.
You might not have that problem because of a certain, when you have a large family, then they care about it. And but I think everybody can read in the press about what happens when the activists come in.
They always say we actively engage with every shareholder. That's always the press release, right? But it's behind closed doors. There's a big fight usually. Not pleasant, no.
So Isabel, you emphasized the role of progressive taxation also on firms, and then Christoph Franz, I think it sounded a bit almost like a threat that you said that if conditions in a single country deteriorate, then companies might also just move away. Now we have an initiative at the international level right now to actually try to coordinate this. Policymakers have understood that just raising taxes in one country might have these effects on very mobile firms. And so like the OECD proposal is, for instance, with the minimum tax to actually prevent that kind of tax competition from happening. So I was just curious to get your take on those kinds of initiatives. Would Roche really now move away from Switzerland if the tax burden actually increased because of these kinds of policies? And more broadly, how do you see the role of international tax competition in helping or not helping to save the market economy more broadly?
I think fortunately, there's more than one element which creates attachment to the places where you do business and where you create your sites. And it's definitely not only tax or a minimum tax, but, for example, availability of qualified employees in a certain place, quality of life for stability, also legal stability in a country. So there are many elements which create loyalty towards, for example, a specific country. And we should not, in this sense, only focus on taxes. Obviously, if you are in a specific tax situation and nobody likes that, okay, that you have to pay more taxes than in the past. It's probably more an issue of how is a country like Switzerland dealing with the additional income. Is this, let's say, reinvested in the places where the additional funds are coming from in order to basically at least partly compensate the disadvantages by bringing other positive elements, whether it's then childcare elements, whatever you can do in a specific canton. These are the kinds of political discussions which I think are important, but it's clearly not the minimum tax which will, for example, incentivize Roche to move on. But for example, if then we see proposals like a maximum of 500 francs per inhabitant of a canton should remain in the country, remain in the canton, and everything else is distributed. And then you realize, oh, we are talking about Basel, and we are talking about Zug, and who is the biggest employer in Basel and in Zug, and then we feel, okay, this is an anti-Roche legislation. And obviously we're not super enthusiastic about it, but it will probably not mean that we will go out and choose other cantons.
The fact that you're not super pleased about is probably an understatement, but moving a huge operation like Roche out of a country is also hugely cost intensive. I mean, the minimum tax rate, the global minimum tax, will only work if there are no loopholes, if everyone adheres to it, right? Isabel?
Well, yes, and there's a further aspect here, and that's why I was talking about these bailouts. Of course, you can now say, well, all that matters is tax. You know, just said, no, it's not all that matters. But if we are moving towards this world where companies are more and more getting used probably to this idea that there are several instances where the government will jump in and hand out some cash, then maybe that's another consideration that you might have, where you position yourself. How likely am I to be bailed out in the future? And just more broadly, with this pandemic, we've seen that the government, there's some things that governments in a crisis can probably do better than one single actor. But the question is then also, how do companies see their own responsibility to contribute to that? Because you said that it was the private market that solved everything, but at the beginning, at the onset of the pandemic, there was large government interference or in government action, and not all of it was bad. I mean, we needed a lot of these things that were done by the government. That governments were replacing incomes, and governments were making sure that people were safe by giving them the possibility to stay at home, and all these kind of things. So the question here is also a bit: how do companies see their responsibility to contribute to this larger system?
Martin?
And their taxes are part of the story.
Okay, what should I say? We are paying 7 times as much taxes as we have sales in this country. Is there a proof of bigger loyalty?
No, but the question is, how much would you pay if you were in Germany?
Well, we pay a lot of money in Germany.
You're a big company. You're going to be paying a lot of money everywhere. That's clear. But that comes with the territory.
That's true, but as I said, we employ more employees in Germany than we do employ in Switzerland. So I think the German government they are big fans of a company like Roche, paying a lot of, not only a lot of money in form of taxes, but a lot of investments which provide, for example, jobs for the construction business in the country. But most important, we provide first-class jobs for highly educated people, and everybody pays again then income tax in the country, which I think is also loyalizing people being educated, for example, in Germany, then working in Germany, then also giving back instead of incentivizing them to move on to the US with a good taxpayer-paid education from Germany. That's not the idea.
Martin, final comment from you, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, so I'm just noticing that we're debating a lot of big systemic questions, and I claimed that here the ownership structures are changing everywhere. But I don't want us to lose sight of that we can also take baby steps in order to improve the system one step at a time. So I want to go back to Professor Scher's question about, so what are you going to do about it? Look, there might be disagreement about whether we should just allow Vanguard to continue growing as much as it did in the past. But can we agree on that Bill Gates' family office shouldn't allow to just buy 30% of all the publicly traded waste management firms? Or, there seem to be some low-hanging fruit that seem kind of like no-brainers that wouldn't have huge systemic effects.
So it
and where it's
back
just
to
a matter,
regulation, you said.
or where it's just a matter of political will, of whether we actually enforce existing laws. It's just been in the last 2 weeks or so that the US Department of Justice has asked directors to step down from boards of direct competitors. private equity managers. Well, that's just a per se violation of the law, and it has taken many, many years of academics pointing out that this is a problem before the regulators started to act. So I think, in some ways, debating the big systemic issues has the effect of holding up small baby steps that are real no-brainers in order to address many of the issues that we've debated today.
Okay, baby steps to save the market economy. I want to thank all of you for your input. Thank you, and your questions as well. We will take another half-hour break for the apéro, and then we'll be back here with a Zurich lecture at 5 o'clock. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and we'll now get to one of the highlights. Of course, every discussion, every keynote has been a highlight, but this is definitely one of the highlights because this is the Zurich Lecture of Economics in Society. What's the future for antitrust? As usual, we close with this. Previous speakers have included Nobel laureates Jean Tirole, last year Sir Eric Deaton, and Joe Hendrick of Harvard University, just to mention a few. Of course, there were many others. And today, we're very, very excited. I'm very glad that we're able to get Eric Posner to come. We can now look forward to yet another highlight. He's the Kirkland and Ellis Distinguished Service Professor of Law at the University of Chicago Law School. He's also, obviously, as many of you will know, one of the most prolific and widely cited authors in the law academy. Also, when he isn't doing research, he's also a counsel to the Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division as of this year. Also, of course, he does a lot of things, wears a lot of hats. He's the author of over a dozen books. The Economist named his book Radical Markets, along with his co-author, one of the best books for 2018, and Last Resort, The Financial Crisis and the Future of Bailouts, was named one of the best books for 2018 by the Financial Times. I'll stop it here. We're very much looking forward to his talk because he will be drawing attention to one of the stakeholders who's usually forgotten, the worker. Eric, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm here to tell you about an exciting new area of research and enforcement in the antitrust community in the United States. Before I begin, I want to thank the UBS and the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to tell you about this area of research. And I also need to say that the remarks I'm making today reflect my personal views. They do not necessarily reflect the views of the United States Department of Justice or the US government, for whom I'm currently working. Okay, so let me start with a case that many of you might have heard of. It took place back in 2010. And I apologize for my artistic rendering of the structure of the transaction here. There was an agreement among a number of superstar firms, Apple, Google, Pixar, Adobe, and a few other Silicon Valley giants. And so what I have there is a picture of the logos of the firms, and underneath a bunch of stick figures. And those stick figures represent employees of those firms, and specifically their software engineers. There was a competitive market for these software engineers. These firms would try to recruit or poach the workers, the software engineers of their competitors. And so the CEOs of these companies agreed to stop doing that. And on the slide, you can see an email thread between Steve Jobs, the head of Apple, and Eric Schmidt, the head of Google. Steve says to Eric in the lower part of the slide, "I'm told that Google's new cell phone software group is relentlessly recruiting in our iPod group. If this is indeed true, can you put a stop to it? Thanks, Steve." And Schmidt replies, "I'm sorry to hear this. We have a policy of no recruiting of Apple employees. I will investigate immediately!" Exclamation point, Eric. Okay, so this was evidence that the Justice Department gathered, and the Justice Department sued these Silicon Valley firms for entering into a collusive arrangement. Now, the government, by the way, they settled with the government and subsequently were sued by the workers themselves, and they settled with the workers as well for, I think, roughly $500 million. So just a few points about this. First of all, this is just a straightforward collusion. It's a conspiracy among competing firms to set prices, in this case, the price of labor. And unlike an ordinary product market side conspiracy, the firms suppress the price rather than increase the price, but obviously, since labor is an input, that benefited the firms. Second point about this is that today, this type of behavior would be criminally prosecuted. It would have been criminally prosecuted then if this had been on the output side. In the United States, as I'm sure you know, there are criminal violations for certain types of antitrust, criminal penalties for certain types of antitrust violations. A conspiracy to set prices is one such type of violation. The government did not prosecute Steve Jobs. It did not put Eric Schmidt in jail, even though they presumably broke criminal law. The third point about this is that this was a kind of a surprise. The reputations of these firms were maybe a little bit better in those days than they are today. Not as many people are accusing them of misbehavior. And I think people might have thought that this was maybe an honest mistake. I'm not sure. But of course, these firms have enormous legal staffs, and it wouldn't have required much for the executives to talk to their lawyers, who presumably would have told them that they shouldn't do this. So what was going on here? The government was quite concerned about this case and went on to issue some guidelines warning firms that henceforth, if you do engage in this type of conspiracy to suppress wages, we will criminally prosecute. And in the last several years, the Justice Department has brought about 6 criminal cases against firms for entering into no poaching agreements or wage fixing agreements. So having given some notice, the government now feels free to bring these types of cases. Now, maybe nothing more would have happened, but in the last few years, there's been just a huge outpouring of research on labor markets, and in particular, the problem of labor monopsony. Now, you all know what monopoly means. It means that there's a single seller selling some good or service to multiple buyers. So, for example, in the United States, there used to be an aluminum monopoly. There was just one big aluminum company, and there were lots of customers who would buy the aluminum at a markup. Monopsony is just the same thing as monopoly, but directed toward inputs rather than outputs. And labor monopsony occurs when there's just a single employer in a market for a certain job type. So for example, and I'll give more examples as we go through these slides, imagine a rural area in Europe or in the United States. There is one maybe big company. Maybe it's a prison, or maybe, well, I assume you don't have private prisons here, but in the US we have private prisons. Or it could be a chicken processing plant or a warehouse. And if there's only one employer in that area and various people with the skills necessary for that job live within a commuting distance, that employer is called a monopsonist. And in many rural areas and thinly populated areas, there might be a small number of employers. There might be 2 employers or 5 or 10. There might be, for example, a hospital, but no other medical care facility within a certain region. And in that setting, we say that there's labor market concentration, which is very much analogous to product market concentration. So as data became available, starting around 2017, a number of articles were written which were published just a couple years ago. And what these articles found consistently was very high levels of labor market concentration in the United States. And I'm just going to ask you to look at the map of the United States on the left. You can ignore the one on the right, which just reflects similar results using a different data set. So the map on the left is based on a very simple type of calculation. Azar and his co-authors carved the United States up into what are called commuting zones, which are basically areas you can think of like a town and suburbs where people will commute to work. And within each commuting zone, there would be a number of different labor markets, each corresponding to a different type of job. So maybe, doctor within that area, nurse within that area, warehouse worker within that area, and so forth. And they calculated the number of employers for each job type and then took the average for the commuting zone and came up with a number, HHI. And the bright colors, red and yellow, refer to very high HHI, labor market HHIs. And as you can see, HHIs greater than 7,200, meaning a very high level of concentration, prevailed in 25% of labor markets across the country. And HHI above 2,500, also very concentrated, prevailed in 60% of labor markets across the country. So this was a big surprise. If you talk to economists, maybe until recently, and you ask them whether there's labor market competition, they'll say, of course. You know, you go downtown into Zurich, and if you have certain skills, there are lots of employers that will compete for your skills. And if you're working at one company and you don't like it, you can just move to the company across the street or down the street or maybe at the edge of town. But it turns out that that's just ignoring, you know, geographically most of the country. So in the United States, most of the country consists of either rural areas, small towns, suburbs. And while there are not as many people in those areas as there are in urban centers, there are quite a lot, tens of millions of people. And those people are in very concentrated labor markets. And where labor markets are concentrated, one would assume, based on economic theory, that wages would be suppressed below the competitive rate. Okay, so just as economists generally believe that in a concentrated product market, prices will be elevated because the sellers will either tacitly or explicitly collude with each other, or because basically they don't face much competition. Similarly, the logic for labor markets is that if there are only a few employers in a particular area, they won't compete very hard for their workers, as a result of which the wages will be suppressed below the competitive rate. That's what these articles find. In the more concentrated labor markets, holding everything else equal, wages are lower. Now, these papers are supplemented by a number of papers that look more specifically at this problem. 3 papers look at mergers of employers. So imagine a situation like this. Again, we're in a rural area or maybe an area near a small town. There are 2 chicken processing companies that compete for people. Working in a chicken processing plant does not require sort of tremendous skills, but it does require skills of some sort, and as well as endurance and stamina. And currently, the 2 firms are competing for workers. So if you're working in one plant and working conditions get worse or you don't get a raise, you can threaten to go to the other plant, or in fact actually go to the other plant to get better compensation. Now one day the 2 firms merge. If they merge and now the plants are both owned by one firm, there's no more competition for these workers. And so these 3 papers show that in that type of setting, as one would expect under like standard economic theory, wages they don't go down, they go up less rapidly when mergers occur in concentrated markets. Of these papers, I believe the one that's the most carefully done by Prager and Schmidt focuses on hospital mergers. It looks at mergers of hospitals in the United States in areas where there are not that many hospitals, relatively concentrated markets. They find that when hospitals merge, wage growth goes down for skilled healthcare workers, the people who have limited options, but wages do not go down for cafeteria workers, security guards, and other people that can find jobs at other types of firms, which is exactly what you would expect based on theory. This is from the Arnold paper. It's just a kind of a simple way to visualize what he found. Years relative to the merger, for the years going up to the merger, to take this example, let's say nurses at a hospital, they'd be making a certain amount of money, and then subsequent to the merger, their wages, the wage growth generally declines. Okay. 3rd cluster of papers deal more directly with collusion, and this is like the Silicon Valley example I gave before, where different firms or people enter into agreements that could have anti-competitive effects on labor markets. So first of all, non-competes. A non-compete is an agreement in an employment contract under which the worker agrees that after he or she completes employment, the worker is not allowed to work for a competitor of the current employer. So for example, if a doctor enters into a non-compete with the hospital that the doctor works for, the doctor would not be allowed to go and work for a competing hospital. usually within a certain distance, within 100 miles or something like that, and usually for a period of time, like 6 months or a year. So non-competes are regulated by the common law in the United States. The courts will enforce them if they're reasonable. But what people hadn't understood until recently is that non-competes are incredibly common. The tradition with non-competes was that they would be used by CEOs, highly skilled people, people with access to proprietary information. But surveys conducted by various academics discovered that somewhere from 20 to as much as 30% of employees in the United States, or 40% of employees in the United States, are subject to non-competes at one time or another. They're just used all the time, including, for example, for very low-skilled workers. So there's a famous case in the United States from a few years ago involving a sandwich chain called Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's employed people who they called their sandwich artists, who put together the sandwiches for people to buy. Jimmy John's had inserted into the employment contracts a non-compete clause which said that after you leave Jimmy John's, you're not allowed to work for another sandwich-making establishment within, I don't remember, something like 6 miles of any Jimmy John's establishment in the United States. And because there were thousands of Jimmy John's establishments scattered over the country, this ruled out most of the country. This was so outrageous that a scandal ensued when some journalists discovered what was going on, and states moved in to try to stop Jimmy John's from doing this. But the point is here that while these agreements are technically voluntary agreements between the employer and the employee, if employers impose enough of them on enough workers, that will greatly suppress competition in the labor market, because it means that potential competitors of the employer will not be able to obtain workers. They're all tied up with the incumbent employer. They're very much like exclusionary contracts in other contexts. Another paper by Kruger and Ashenfelter, also very famous and influential, focused on no poaching agreements within franchise. So it turns out that franchises in the United States have to file their franchise contracts in some states, and that information is publicly available. Kruger and Ashenfelter looked at the 500 biggest franchises in the United States, which include companies like McDonald's and Arby's and Burger King, employing many millions of people. And they discovered that over 50% of those franchisors had no poaching agreements in the franchise contract. And what that meant is that if you work for McDonald's, let's say in downtown Chicago, and you're fired or you quit, you cannot go and work for another McDonald's. You can try, but the owner of the other McDonald's restaurant is contractually obligated not to hire you, because that would be poaching from the first McDonald's. This too led to a great deal of enforcement. A subsequent paper by Meisenbacher and Norlander looked at a much larger set of contracts and found, I'll actually show you this on a slide, that these no poach agreements remain fairly common. And then a final example, something people haven't talked about very much, but in the United States, and I imagine this may be the case in Europe as well, for a lot of professions, there is a very blatant, at least parallel wage setting. So for lawyers, accountants, investment bankers, people at the same level of seniority are paid the same amount of money in all of the companies, or all of the major companies. And this is true regardless of where people are located. So whether you live in a high-cost place like New York or a low-cost place like Nashville, Tennessee, you'd be paid the same. And now this might well be lawful. There's no law against parallel wage setting, just as there's no law against parallel price setting. But if it does happen, it does, of course, mean that these markets are not competitive, or not very competitive. This just shows the results of this recent paper, which shows the fraction of franchises with no poach clauses and non-compete clauses. So the line at the top shows no poach clauses, and you can see they decline after the Ashenfelter and Kruger paper comes out in 2017. because various state attorneys general begin suing these companies and they remove the no poach clauses, but still about 10% of franchises use them. And as you can see, they often put non-compete clauses in the franchise contracts, and they remain pretty common as well. And then finally, I just want to mention that there's now been, over the last few years, research in European countries as well. This research tends to find similar results, that there are many areas in Europe where labor markets are highly concentrated. Again, don't think of the big cities, think of relatively thinly populated parts of the various countries, and that wages are negatively correlated with the degree of concentration. Okay, so it's probably a similar pattern. There's also been done some work on non-competes. There's a recent paper that found that 16% of private sector employees in Italy were subject to non-competes, and they're common in other countries as well. This is from one of the papers that shows the amount of the percentage of concentrated labor markets in various European countries. You can see it's pretty substantial with some variation across countries. And there's Canada and I think maybe Japan in there as well. Okay, so just a few points about theory and policy. I'm not going to go through this graph. I'm sure most of you have seen it. But there's the simple point I want to make is that if you think there's anything wrong with monopoly or collusion of the sort that is the usual focus of antitrust discussions, that is to say in product markets, then you should think the same thing when this takes place in labor markets in the form of monopsony. So just as a monopolist, right, if you have a single seller, the seller is going to raise prices even though it loses customers because it makes more money from the additional revenue than it loses as a result of people leaving the market. But there's a deadweight loss because some people who value the good in question are unable to afford it, and then prices go up for everybody else as well. For labor markets, it's the same thing. It's just a little bit backwards, but wages are suppressed now by the monopsonist because the employer doesn't have to worry that if wages are low, it's going to lose its workers to competitors. It will lose some workers, but it will gain more from the remaining workers because it's paying them so little. Notice that the workers that it loses are likely to leave the labor market. They might retire early or just become unemployed. That's a loss of output, right? They're no longer there to work and produce goods and services that customers can buy, so prices may well go up as well as wages going down. So there's a deadweight loss in both cases, less output, and then there's harm to consumers in the form of higher prices with monopoly, to workers in the form of lower wages in the case of monopsony. It's exactly parallel, okay? Which is why, in the United States and Europe, I believe as well, monopsony or collusion in input markets is a violation of antitrust law, just as collusion in output markets are. What isn't always as clear is that that's true about labor markets as well as other input markets, but I'll return to that point in a moment. This is a graph that you should take with a big grain of salt, but I want to put it up to try to show to you that we're not talking about trivial amounts of money here. This is, you can imagine, maybe an administrative assistant in a small town in the United States. In a perfectly competitive market, according to the data in the Azar paper, this person would make, say, $45,000. In a market where there's only one accountant, that is only one firm that would hire this person, that firm would be able to suppress her wages to $30,000. Okay, so that's a $15,000 difference for a person who makes $45,000 a year, as you move from a perfectly competitive market to a perfectly monopsonized market. So that's a very substantial amount of money. Now, of course, in the real world, you don't have perfectly competitive markets, and you usually don't have perfectly monopsonized markets. But it's still quite reasonable to think that in a small town it could have 2 or 3 accounting firms, and the accountant will be paid substantially below the competitive wage. Okay, just a few things about the law. So I'll talk about American law as I know that, as that's what I know. But there are similarities in European law with some twists and complexities. So there's really no controversy that American law applies to anti-competitive behavior in labor markets. So first of all, take the example of a monopsonist. Imagine there's a single employer in a labor market area. That employer under American law is allowed to suppress wages to exercise its market power. But if it tried to engage in something like tying, it tried to force its workers to also use a company store or something like that, that could be a Section 2 violation because the employer is extending a monopsony in one market into another market. Then there's the run-of-the-mill contractual violations, restraints of trade. There's no controversy that a wage-fixing agreement, a no-poach agreement, probably certain types of wage information sharing agreements, and non-competes are all potentially subject to Section 1. These are restraints of trade. If they're horizontal, they're per se illegal. And then finally, mergers and acquisitions. The statute refers to a substantial lessening of competition, period. It doesn't refer to product markets or output markets. So a merger that substantially lessens competition in a labor market would be illegal under Section 7. The puzzle is that there have been very few labor market cases in the United States as a matter of history. And this is a graph that I produced a couple of years ago, so it's a little bit out of date, and I want to explain that to you. But the blue bar basically just shows the number of certain types of cases over the preceding few years, regular product market cases. And the orange bar shows labor market cases. And so the first, I don't know whether you can see it, but the first pair of columns reflect Section 1 cases, restraint of trade cases, very common in the United States, regular, price fixing cases and so forth. There were a handful of labor market cases, these franchise no-poach cases I told you about, and a few wage fixing and information sharing cases. Section 2, that's the monopoly section. Lots of monopoly cases in the United States, although plaintiffs tend to lose. Almost no labor monopsony Section 2 cases. There have been a couple recent ones. You might have heard of the Mickelson versus PGA case. That's the golf tournament case. And the allegation and the complaint is that the PGA has tried to prevent the golfers who compete in its tournaments from going to compete in a competing tournament system set up by another entity. And then finally, there are the Section 7 cases, and there's a long history, of course, of merger evaluation by the two agencies in the United States, Department of Justice and the FTC. Virtually none of them looked at the labor market effects of these mergers. They all look at product market effects. And this should be puzzling, right? So there have been mergers, for example, of chain drugstores. And the product market analysis involves looking at whether in different product markets throughout the country, the reduction of the number of competing drugstores from 3 to 2 or 4 to 3 will result in higher prices. That's what the focus of merger evaluation always was. But it's also quite plausible that if you reduce the number of pharmacies from 3 to 2 or 4 to 3, wages of pharmacists will decline or other people who work in pharmacies. So that has been almost completely ignored until very recently. And just last week, a court ruled in the Penguin Random House Simon & Schuster merger and found in favor of the Justice Department in a case in which the Justice Department alleged that a merger between these two publishing houses would have a negative effect on a labor market, the market for the production of manuscripts that would be published as books. So there's some slowly increasing interest in the U.S. government reflected in the cases, showing that it's now beginning to take monopsony seriously. So this raises an interesting question, which is, well, why now? The U.S. antitrust laws have changed very little over more than 100 years. They're written in very broad language. And the courts have recognized that they apply to labor markets and input markets more generally For many decades, there's a Supreme Court case from the 1920s that found that the antitrust laws applied to a conspiracy among ship owners to suppress the wages of the sailors who would work on the ships. So one wonders, why we have the gap between the number of product market cases and the number of labor market cases. And there's some, I think, some people think this gap might be attributable to certain facts about the world. For example, that labor markets are competitive, right? So if labor markets are competitive, then you wouldn't expect many antitrust cases. Product markets, by contrast, are sometimes competitive and other times are not competitive. And Dennis Carlton, a very distinguished economist, in his textbook on industrial organization, says this flatly: labor markets are competitive, he says. Okay, although he makes an exception for the market for priests, which makes sense, I suppose. But it turns out that this recent literature suggests, no, they're actually not, it's not that they're never competitive, they often are competitive, but there are lots of labor markets, especially in rural areas and other thinly populated areas, where there are only a few employers. And in those markets, one would expect less competition and suppressed wages. Another false piece of conventional wisdom is that U.S. antitrust law cares only about the consumer welfare standard. Workers are not consumers, so if they're harmed by anti-competitive behavior, they have no claim. That's just wrong as a matter of the law. As I mentioned, the courts have long recognized antitrust claims by workers. From the 1920s, the case I already told you about, as recently as 2021, when the U.S. Supreme Court decided the Alston case, which involved the NCAA, the college football league. Okay, so whatever the consumer welfare standard means, nobody's really sure. It doesn't block antitrust claims by workers. A third piece of conventional wisdom, which I think is powerful but also wrong, is that people think that actually maybe it's not such a bad thing for employers to suppress wages, because if they suppress wages, that means that their labor costs go down, and that will be passed on to consumers in the form of lower prices. Now, that's wrong as a matter of economics, at least under the traditional model of monopsony. The way that you suppress wages is, or the result of suppressing wages is that some workers are driven out of the market, which means that there'll be less output, which could potentially mean higher prices, but in any event is bad for people because people want to be able to buy things. And also, workers are consumers, right? They're all the same people. So if you allow employers to, firms to simultaneously engage in, to engage in labor market violations, they're hurting the same people who, potentially might be benefited from lower prices. But because you have a deadweight cost, in aggregate, society is injured. So there are other possible explanations for this. It may have to do with the role of unions. In the United States, unions used to be more powerful than they are now. Now they have very little power. About 6%, I think, of the private sector workforce belongs to a union. But if you go back to the 1950s, it was more like 30 or 35%. And these unions not only, effectively represented their workers, but by jacking up wages, they helped people who were not unionized as well, because their employers would be forced to raise wages in order to prevent their workers from switching to a unionized employer. So unions are, ideal in some sense at aggregating labor bargaining power to counter an employer monopsony, and can use that power to push wages toward the competitive rate. But with their decline over time, which probably reflects both political and technological changes in the nature of work, the workers have lost this protection. And this may, and so now there seems to be a reason for having antitrust to protect workers, whereas before maybe it was not necessary because unions could do it on their own. Unions also in the United States have a historical aversion to antitrust law, because when antitrust law was initially enacted, this is under the rubric of unintended consequences, the law was enforced against unions rather than against firms, because unions are cartels of workers. So that seems like a straightforward application of the antitrust law. So unions have never forgiven antitrust law for that and seem to be reluctant to use it. Okay, final point though is that labor markets are different from product markets in a broad sense, in that there are a lot of frictions. So sellers usually don't care about the identity of their buyers. Apple will sell you an iPhone regardless of what you're like or who you are, whether you have a nice personality or a bad personality. Employers, though, do care about the personalities and talents of their workers, and the workers care about the employers and particularly their co-workers. So there's a much more complex kind of matching model that is necessary to describe this relationship than in many product markets, although there are some product markets that are like that. So when you have all of these frictions, including search costs and types of differentiation, antitrust, the power of antitrust to address labor market problems will be somewhat limited. In the United States, our law is organized so that traditionally labor law, which would promote unions, would address the problem of labor monopsony. And then another area of law called employment law, which would kind of regulate contract terms, minimum wage is an example of that, would try to help workers. But both of those bodies of law have become weaker, suggesting that today antitrust law may be a useful tool for addressing harms caused by labor monopsony. So over the last few years, I'm not going to read through this to you in the interest of time, but various entities in the US government, including the White House, has expressed concerns about labor monopsony. President Biden, early in his term, issued an executive order directing the agencies in the United States to take seriously the problem of lack of competition in labor markets, and he mentioned antitrust law as a tool for doing that. So it may be that in the future, the litigation gap will narrow, that there will be many more cases against employers for harming labor markets. Okay, just a few final thoughts. First of all, superstar firms. So a lot of these superstar firms are firms that have been accused of causing labor market harm. Walmart, for a very long time, people have argued that Walmart, when it builds a superstore in usually a small town, all the other competing businesses go out of business because Walmart charges a lower price for goods, right? It's a superstar, it can do that. It has this amazing logistics which allows it to minimize costs. But people have also found that once these companies are gone, Walmart can exploit its workers. That is, it can not give them raises, give them bad working conditions, and with these other businesses gone, workers are unable to say to Walmart, if you don't treat me better, I'm going to go find a job at another firm. But the superstar firm problem is a real one because Walmart, Amazon, when it opens warehouses, they do hire people who may not otherwise have jobs or who have jobs that are lower paying. So we just have this classic problem where if firms are able to exploit economies of scale, they may just naturally obtain market power. And the result may well be not only higher prices, but lower wages. Now, as you all know, antitrust law is heavily dominated by economics, and I, like many people, think that's a useful frame for thinking about antitrust harms. But I also want to spend just a minute trying to urge some of the economists here to think beyond economics. So one way I've been trying to persuade people to take seriously the use of antitrust law as a tool to deal with labor monopsony is just to point out the similarities between labor-side antitrust and traditional antitrust. The same economic principles apply. You rely on the same kind of data. The law is the same. So you shouldn't object at the thought that antitrust law should be used in labor markets. But there's a sense in which the use of antitrust law in labor markets is more urgent because work is much more important to people than, particular types of goods and services. So your average antitrust law is about flat screen televisions or cars or car parts or, glasses, or pharmaceuticals are important, housing is important, but there are these things that people consume and it's important to them, but are not really essential to their dignity and well-being. Work, by contrast, is how most of us spend most of our time. Around 40 hours a week. This is not only where you spend most of your time, it's, according to social science work, the source of people's well-being. They want to be not only working, they want work that is meaningful to them, that they want to have good colleagues, they make friends at work, they obtain standing in their community, mental health is tied to work in complex ways. And the philosopher Elizabeth Anderson argued a few years ago, and this is, echoes claims that have been made down the centuries, that employers are like dictators, right? You're free and equal as a citizen of Switzerland or Germany or United States, wherever you're from, but once you enter your workplace, you're subject to the whims of a boss, and that's inconsistent with how people should be treated. Now, all of this is, true or sort of true or has an element of truth to it, and it's another reason for taking seriously the notion that we should be worried about excessive concentration in labor markets. Excessive concentration means not much choice. If you are a worker and you cannot credibly say to your employer, if you don't stop mistreating me, I will leave and go and work for a competitor, then you are vulnerable to that mistreatment. So antitrust law has a role to play to protect here, has a role to play here. Okay, let me conclude. There are very simple implications to the argument I've been making, which is basically just antitrust law or competition law should be applied to labor markets in basically the same way that it's applied to product markets. I'll just give one example, which is the treatment of mergers. The tradition of just looking at the price effect of mergers should be supplemented by a new tradition of looking at the impact of mergers on wages. That is a straightforward thing that can be done using the same sorts of economic tools that are used for evaluating price effects. That's just one example of a broader project, but I think it should suffice for now. So thank you very much for your attention. Is this yours?
Eric, thank you so much for that. We do have a couple of minutes for questions, both on menti.com or here in the audience. Let me just kick it off because a few years ago, and we talked so much about the digital economy today, a few years ago there was this landmark ruling which gave college athletes rights to their data and their IP so they could benefit from that financially. How much of a game changer was that, and to what extent do you believe that data and IP, that is essentially the new labor and the economy that we now live in, the digital economy?
Yes, so this is an earlier NCAA case, and so there is a very weird tradition in the United States. I don't know whether you have similar, something similar in your countries. But in our tradition, universities would recruit 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds to come and play football, our version of football, and basketball, and would not pay them. Although they would invest millions of dollars in stadiums and charge people to buy tickets and pay coaches millions of dollars. So basically, these people were unpaid labor. In theory, they were getting educated, but in practice, they were not getting educated. They spent all their time training and preparing for games. So over the years, it occurred to some people that there's something wrong with the system in which people are actually literally paid nothing to do work that other people are profiting from. And courts have gradually seen that this was a problem, and in fact, an antitrust problem, because these universities were all part of a league, and through that league, they agreed, basically not to pay their workers anything. So that was an important case. These have been important cases in maybe making clearer that the antitrust law applies to labor markets, people have tended to dismiss them as kind of an idiosyncratic example because they involve leagues and universities and so forth. So I wouldn't call that particular case a game changer, but I do think it's part of this general pattern of recognizing labor monopsony as an antitrust issue. In terms of data, I mean, a lot of people, effectively do work by sitting at their computer and answering questions that are given to them either explicitly by something like Amazon Turk or implicitly by social media. And there's a sense in which that is a kind of labor that's uncompensated, but or maybe it's compensated somewhat in kind, but not actually bargained for. That's a problem I've written about elsewhere. I don't see it as an antitrust problem, but it is a potential economic problem.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. There's a question in the back. Oh, sorry, in the back. Let's go with a question in the back.
Thank you for the lecture, Professor. My question is, what is the role of governments in mitigating the negative effects of monopolized labor markets? Can more decent minimum wages and a more generous unemployment benefit create the necessary competition to face that challenge? Thank you.
Yeah, minimum wages can be helpful. There's controversy about using minimum wages, which part of the problem is they're very crude. It's just a floor, and so they can help workers who have relatively low skills. But labor monopsony is a general problem that applies to people at all levels of skill. So the minimum wage law is not going to help most workers. And if it's set too high, it could actually harm workers. There's now a vast literature on the minimum wage. My sense is that people find that it can raise wages without reducing employment, but the actual effect is going to be relatively modest. And this is just a kind of a general problem with price regulation of all types. Unemployment insurance and other types of benefits can help workers, obviously. They can sometimes have perverse effects on markets. So for example, the earned income tax credit, for example, which is popular in the United States in a monopolized labor market, that can end up helping the employer more than the worker. So there are alternative ways to help workers, but one has to be very careful about designing how one designs them.
Some questions here, yeah.
So we're on the same page that no poaching agreements are bad and non-competes are bad. What I don't yet fully understand is why we should be concerned about labor market concentration. The reason I don't fully understand is because I can think of so many reasons why you would like a negative relationship between wages and labor market concentration. Here's two. One is there's a small town in Nevada. It has 1,010 inhabitants. 10 of them work in a bar. Those are the only ones who have jobs. 1,000 are unemployed. The 10 who have jobs earn $20 an hour. Tesla comes in and builds a mega factory and pays $10 an hour. So what happened, right? So labor market concentration went up, wages went down, but we kind of think that's a good thing, right? Example two, there's another small town in Nevada, 2 firms, and they produce the same thing. And one of them innovates and manages to have a more efficient production process that replaces one of their more skilled employees. And then the more efficient firm takes over the less efficient firm and implements the innovation, right? So the effect again is market concentration goes up, labor market concentration, wages are down, but we think kind of like, wait, isn't that how capitalism is supposed to work? So why is it that we should be concerned about labor market concentration economically, politically, I understand?
Right, and it's the same point can be made about product markets as well. This is the superstar firm problem. And my claim is not that concentrated markets are inherently bad. The motivation, the reason why these results they're much more important for lawyers than for economists. Because if you're a lawyer and you care about antitrust law, the degree to which a market is concentrated is like the starting point. So if two firms merge and the market is not concentrated, you don't care. But if the market is concentrated, you might care. And then there's this long road of analysis. Everybody knows this. There's this long road of analysis. What really struck me is that, you know, if I had said 10 years ago, hey, why is it that the government is constantly evaluating mergers for their product market effects and never for their labor market effects? The economists would have said to me, well, that's because labor markets are competitive. And that turns out not to be true. They're concentrated. And so for the same reason that you would evaluate a merger that occurs in a concentrated product market, you would evaluate a merger that takes place in a concentrated labor market. That's not the end of the analysis, though, for the reasons that you indicate.
Is there a difference between a superstar firm coming to town like Walmart or a local business just having, like, being the only employer for a certain type of labor?
Well, I guess we need to know the whole story. So superstar firms, I understand that these are just firms that are very efficient, where they're scale economies, right? And they tend both to produce great products and to eliminate competition. It's just in the nature of the kind of the economics of it. So Walmart, Martin alluded to this. If Walmart enters your town and starts offering goods at lower prices and jobs at higher wages, that's definitely a good thing in the immediate term. The concern is what happens over the longer term. If other businesses are driven out of business and Walmart is all that's left, then it could use its market power on both the product market side and the labor market side to cause harm to people. It could use, do both or one or the other. It doesn't matter if it's basically the only company there. When you just have a small town with a single big company, it's better than the company not being there, right? But presumably the company is going to exercise its market power and cause harm relative to a world in which the market was competitive.
Maybe time for one more question, yeah? Sorry.
Yeah, my question concerns the evaluation of mergers. We are reasonably used to evaluate mergers based on synergies. Now, if I understand you correctly, this does not amount to a synergy, but it interacts in interesting ways with the synergy, I guess. So what's your take on this?
You said synergies?
Yes, synergies.
Okay. So the sort of conventional simplified way that we look at mergers is that we first see if there's, a big increase in concentration from an already high level, and then there's this potential synergies defense or efficiencies defense. And in the case of product markets, it's conventionally scale, right? We need to merge in order to obtain economies of scale. In the case of a labor market, the same argument can be made. It's just that the synergies are with respect to capital that's complementary with labor. So it may turn out that a merger that increases concentration substantially will increase wages, because as a result of the synergies, the workers become more productive and there's enough competition left over that their wages will be increased.
Quick one in the back.
Looking at your map of the United States, two things. First of all, apparently there's no problem in the urban areas. So it's a rural area problem. Most of the urban areas were green. Does it mean that we either increase competition in rural areas artificially, for example, by, I think in the US or Germany, governments moving jobs to outside counties or states, or should people move then more from rural areas to urban areas in order to, have more competitive labor market, i.e., what about mobility, workers' mobility?
Right, so I mean, this is you could imagine the government trying to make it easier for workers to move from place to place. And there's actually some efforts to do this, to remove an artificial barrier, namely occupational licensing, which is determined by states. So, you know, if you're trained to cut hair in Wisconsin, you may not be able to do it in Illinois, which is right across the border. You have to undergo training in Illinois. So, so the government, you know, the federal government could try to improve mobility by, you know, trying to eliminate that type of artificial legal barrier. You know, you could also imagine the government trying to, you know, build, you know, better highways or trains or whatever it is to get people to move from one place to another. And there would be general macroeconomic benefits, not just antitrust benefits, if people were more mobile. My understanding of the literature is actually that in the United States, people are getting less mobile. And it may be because people are getting older, or people sort of are feeling more rooted, or they hate the other people in the other states. So there's probably a limit to what the government could do. But it's a kind of, there are all kinds of interesting, you know, possible proposals to think about for improving labor market mobility.
Maybe a very brief one, yeah.
So I have a question regarding the economic significance of monopsony power. So are there estimates about the aggregate wage bill that's kind of redistributed due to monopsony power relative, let's say, to a perfect competition yardstick? Are there, so what's the aggregate, is there an aggregate number in how many billions, or what's the percentage share of the overall wage bill, the aggregate wage bill that's getting redistributed in this way?
Well, I think the best estimate is a paper by Berger, Hirschkopf, and Manji, which looks at the output reduction, which I think they estimate to be between 5 and 20%. So in a general equilibrium model. So I don't know whether they translate that into the wages, but so it's not the biggest problem in the world, but it's a significant problem for many people.
Eric, before we wrap it up, you may be aware of the fact that there is a midterm election in the US tomorrow.
Oh, really?
I know you're here in your capacity as an academic, but I'm wondering, following the press and the media coverage, there hasn't been a lot of focus on redistribution, on economic redistribution. There's been a lot of focus on inflation, on the economy as a whole. There's been a lot of focus on abortion, but not necessarily on wages being suppressed. Why do you think that is? Why is it not more prominent?
Well, I think, you know, I think it's in the background, but the inflation has been a shock for people because we haven't had inflation for a long time. So I think that just gets a lot of attention. The abortion ruling has been a shock because the Supreme Court has changed the law as it has existed for a long time. There's the usual type of, you know, anger about various sort of cultural things. But I just, you know, I think that's just very sort of short-term politics. That's a good way for the parties to distinguish themselves. This, you know, interestingly, the Democrats, have, as you all know, have traditionally tried to represent workers. But there's a little bit of Republicans trying to do this now because a lot of their supporters are working class people. So they seem to be a little less anxious to say, you know, anxious to be kind of pro-market, and maybe that has also obscured the differences between the two parties and suppressed this issue.
Eric, on behalf of the UBS Center, we want to thank you so much for coming all the way to Switzerland and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And feel free to leave the stage. And from my side, I want to thank all of you, the audience, also the live stream audience, for your active participation. I definitely know that this made this forum a whole lot better because of your participation and your input. So this is my big thank you to you. Makes my work a lot easier. And I just want to draw your attention to what is still coming up from the UBS Center in the coming months. If we can get the slide up, there is another Wirtschaftspodium, which is happening, I believe, on April the 3rd, if I get the term right, if I get the date right, and then next year there'll be another forum. So all the information you can obviously also find on the website. On that note, thank you, have a lovely evening, and see you next time. Thank you.